It's live.
All right, appreciate you. You made me the host.
When a gazillion things at once. God, my bad. All right. Oh.
Peace, everybody. I'm gonna let everybody pile up in the room. That picture look a little. Them Greek photos are crazy. The African stepping on dude's necks. Oh, Marie, what's good? We got Taj in the building. Rockety, New York. My name is Tika. Peace, Tika. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a show on the invention of racism. So just we're gonna take a look at the concepts of racism prior to colonialism. And we're gonna go all the way back to people like Aristotle and Plato. African piece, Aristotle and Plato, and we're gonna show how and to look at how their writings influenced slavery, had an impact on modern day slavery. So I was doing some research of it overnight. It's pretty exciting. I learned a lot of new stuff overnight looking at it. Pure Black, what's up, P? Yeah, but anyway, let's get to it. Let's see what still shows. So I'm gonna use two people today. Well, three. I'm gonna use Jackie Murray, PhD. I'm gonna use Geraldine Hain wins, right? And her book, Invention of the Race in European and Middle Ages. And I'm gonna use the book I just showed you, Benjamin Isaac's book, The Invention of Racism in Classical Antiquity. Let me see if I'm logged it or not. Yeah, I want a little more people to come in here. I was gonna go with the video last, but since we in here briefly, I can give you a quick synopsis of it. Quick synopsis of what we're going to be talking about. We're going to start with Jackie Murray instead. We start with Jackie Murray first. Let me get it real quick. And then she's going to give a breakdown of where we're going to go during the video, doing this live. Yeah. I gotta wait for the delay and make sure y'all can see the video. Yeah, all right, boom, we're coming in. All right, this is Jackie Murray. She's gonna talk about slavery in the early beginnings, because a lot of times when we think of slavery, when we think not slavery, we think of racism and invention of racism. We only pinpoint it to colonialism in terms of North America, during the foundation of the United States. But see, they're talking about it in its early beginnings. So I'm gonna let her. I'm gonna let her say her piece, and then we're gonna start from there.
There's a lot of resistance to the idea nowadays that we can transport the concept of race back into antiquity, because there's a lot of scholarship or discourse about the invention of race happening in relation to the transatlantic slave trade. However, the problem is that a distinction isn't being made between the narrative that's produced to justify this particular form of race and what race actually is, right? Certainly a distinctive form of race emerges in relation to the onset of the slave trade. It actually starts before that, like in the 1200s, 1300s, where the issue is Christianity claims slavery is not good, right? So you got a problem of Christianity has a problem with enslaving other Christians, and Islam has another problem of enslaving other Muslims, right? So you have these two religions that are in conflict, remember, because this is the time period where you're having all the crusades, and both religions have this idea that Christians don't enslave Christians, and Muslims don't enslave Muslims. So we need to have a justification for why we can enslave other people, because we still need to make money, right?
Right, and that and that's what we're gonna. And that's part of what we're gonna start the show at. I'm gonna start off with. Start sharing. I'm gonna start off with Benjamin Isaac, right? And we're gonna show like, and I'm gonna show you like how in the beginning they didn't have science, but the Greeks started coming up with ways of determining who are going to be the natural slaves, right? You go to in this book. And this is what Benjamin Isaac talks about in his book, in this chapter. And I'm gonna share the link after a while. I'm gonna share the link in a while if I get to this first beginning part, right? All right, so in Benjamin Isaac's book, the first chapter, he talks about part one is attempting to describe and analyze the conceptual framework of Greco-Roman attitude towards other people, tracing patterns of proto-racism or pronounced forms of ethnic stereotypes as defined in the introduction. It will suffice here to note once again that the dominant approach, accepted in some form by almost all the available sources from the second half of the 5th century BC on, is the environmental theory. So we're looking at the construct of racism developing around the 5th century BC. So around the 5th century BC, they start making bases of a person's mentality based on environment, right? So we can see here, right? We talk about the environmental theory and environmental determinism, which made it possible for Greek and Roman texts to describe foreign peoples in terms of fixed physical and mental traits. So basically they're looking at people that live in certain areas, right? So if you live in Africa, they may say you may be, right, because it's warm there, they might say, well, that person there is lazy and let's say rambunctious, right? And another person in a certain area, they would assign attributes of your mental state and your physical state based on the weather and your environment. And this is the beginning of the form of racism that we would see later on. So from the beginning, this concept was connected with a bipolar worldview. It posits an essential contrast between a sturdy but mentally inadequate Europe and a soft Asia, the latter enjoying a good climate, with healthy and wealthy populations suffering, however, from deficient masculinity and insufficient sense of individual and collective independence. So Aristotle, right? So we got people like Aristotle and Plato are chiming in. Aristotle developed a theory further adding two elements which made a useful conceptual tool for imperialists. He held that Greeks occupied the ideal environment between Europe and Asia and were therefore supremely capable of ruling others, right? So now we're starting to see it, the doctrine start to form, right? Because right, but this is pre-science, so there's no, this is like a pseudo-scientific understanding of it, right? So Aristotle's second edition is the claim that the inhabitants of Asia were servile by nature or natural slaves, and therefore suited to be subjects of Greeks. And so now we're seeing in the early beginnings, in the early literature, these same formations of racism that we would see in the colonies, but it actually emerges slightly before then too. But I'm gonna show you that when we get to Jackie Murray's work and the other name slips my mind right now. These concepts were combined with an almost generally accepted belief in the heredity of characteristics acquired by human beings during their lives, assuming the environment to determine human character and quality, combined with the belief in the heredity of acquired characteristics, leads to an outlook almost as deterministic as modern racist theory. When applied to human groups, these two complementary ideas attribute to them characteristics in which, in due course of time, become uniform and constant. Similarly, they are a powerful tool justifying imperial rule. Those who have been conquered must, because of their defeat, be inferior by nature to their conquerors, and then, once they have become subject and slave, they rapidly acquire and transmit to their descendants the qualities of being born slaves, as formulated by Aristotle. Right. So I need to drop a link in the back chat too. So just from that quick excerpt, DQ you that George Bush picture. Peace, Gideon. What's good with your family? What's good with you? We warming up right now. DQ was good.
Peace, SOSA. Peace, SOSA.
DQ was good with you.
Here on the job, you already know.
Yeah,
There we go. Yeah, I'm good, baby.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the first piece of it. So let me go to the next. So so what I just read sets the stage for some of the early philosophers and their ideas of racism, but their ideas of race and superiority and being able to rule over whole groups of people, right? And they define who the natural slaves are. Drop the link in the chat too. So now I'm gonna go to so once we read that, we get a better understanding of what's going on in the Middle Ages. Because during the Middle Ages, you have Christians, you have Muslims fighting during the Crusades. And like Jackie Murray was explaining, these Christians and Muslims, they wanted to keep slaves, but they had to find a valid reason to do so, to justify it, because they didn't want to enslave Christians, didn't want to enslave Christians like she explained, and Muslims didn't want to enslave Muslims, but they didn't want to give up slavery. Right. So we're gonna go to Geraldine Hang's work, and we're gonna look at what she says about it. She's gonna talk about it. She's gonna look at it from the lens of the medieval period. I need to get my class board. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me get my chalkboard review up. I got people on deck. Oh, much better. Bam. All right, so Geraldine Hang wrote The Invention of Race in the European Middle Ages. So we see racism and antiquity. She's talking about racism in the medieval period, right? So get to her work. So we'll start right here. The exclusion of the medieval period from the history of race issue derives from an understanding of race that has been overly influenced by the era of scientific racism and the so-called Age of Enlightenment, when science was the magisterial discourse of racial classification. But today in news media and public life, we see how religion also can function to classify people in absolute and fundamental ways. Muslims, for example, who hail from a diversity of ethno races and natural origins, have been talked about as if their religion somehow identified them as one homogenous people. Race is one of the primary names we have for our repeating tendency to demarcate human beings through selected differences that are identified as absolute and fundamental, so as to distribute power differentially to human groups. In race making, strategic essentialisms are posited and assigned through a variety of practices. Race is a structural relationship for the management of human differences. So in this piece right here by Geraldine Hang, she is harping on the same concept that the previous video I showed you with Jackie Murray was talking about, right? So different whole groups of people are being marginalized for the profit of slavery. So this is some of your earliest beginnings of racism, right? And so they push it back to the 12 to 1500s. And during this time period, what happened is that the writers of this day, they started reading classical Greek. They started reading Aristotle. They started reading Plato's work. And the concepts of race and natural slaves were being borrowed from Aristotle and Plato. And then it would develop, it started to develop here during the medieval period. And then it got from the medieval period to the Americas, to where you get the type of racism that the type of hierarchy racism you see here. But its early beginnings develops first in Greece with the doctrines, Aristotle, Plato, so forth, so on. Then to the Middle Ages, the Crusades, the Muslims, and the Christians, who started to persecute Jews. That's what this little image is right here. You see the image on his chest. That's an English Jew wearing a Jewish badge on his chest in the form of a tablet of the Old Testament, right? So accordingly, the treatment of Jews marks medieval England as the first racial state in the history of the West. Church and state laws produce surveillance, tagging, herding, incarceration, legal murder, and expulsion. The popular story of Jews killing Christian boys evolved over centuries, showing how changes in popular culture helped create the emerging communal identity of England. England's 1275 Statute of Jewry even mandated residential segregation for Jews and Christians, inaugurating what was seen to be the beginning of the ghetto in Europe. And England's expulsion of its Jews in 1290 marks the first permanent expulsion of Jews in Europe. Right, so yeah, so I'm gonna pull brass down. Yeah, so that's just peacekeeping crisis in the building, man. Chef, what's good, baby? Yeah. I figure I'll go back and touch on this because I've been reading more on its development. And I think we're being by only looking at racism in its colonial days, we're skipping a big piece of it. You feel me? I'll drop a link in the chat too. I want to come and join me. Raz, what's good, man?
What's going on, brother? I'm actually coming here to learn. I got some ideas and stuff to share, but I'm analyzing something before colonialism is interesting based on what y'all was talking about yesterday with Pan-Africanism.
Yeah.
When you were basically saying, which I didn't know before yesterday, that they literally are trying to go back to a time before colonialism. So I'm here for education today.
Yeah, because nothing happens in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? Like shit don't just pop up. You know what I'm saying? Like normally, it develops, right? And I got a good, and I got a good video, and I actually found a good video. It was actually for it's common usage, so I can play it without getting a strike. I gotta find a mug again.
So, question: What made you want to do? What made you want to do this topic? Like, what conversation spurred it, or was it just something that's been on your mind for a while, or what?
Yeah, well, we talked about it before, and we were debating whether, because when we were debating whether it had early beginnings, like racism, because we know that we had chattel slavery, right? But when we started looking at some of the writings from the Muslims in the early 700 AD, and the way they talked about, African Americans, should seem not African Americans, Africans, and the distinction they made, it seemed pretty damn racist. You know what I'm saying? So he was like, yo, so we were debating like, yo, the idea that racism started way before colonialism, because we can see it in the writings prior to. You know what I mean? So that was a conversation that I put on the back burner. Then last night I was, I was in a rabbit hole, and then shit, come out the rabbit hole. Like, okay, that's where I'm at with it.
So now, what were you saying about the Greeks, though?
Well, the Greeks is, let's start with peace. The Greeks is the origin of it, in a sense, because during their day, people like Aristotle and Plato started coming up with ideas of what types of people are natural slaves. So I'm saying, and they were basing it, and they started basing it on their own environment. They said, well, the Greeks, we have the ideal environment, right? So based on other types of environments, like if you had a nice warm environment where you don't got to work, then okay, then you lazy. And your mental characteristics also is right centered around your environment. I'm trying to go up so I can.
So then, if it was Greeks, and let's add Romans, wouldn't it be based on? So you're saying because it wasn't no race, so it was based on like cultural stuff, cultural differences, I guess, or civility, like
cultural and actually in like climate.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, I got you. I was just saying, you can't have racism technically. I mean, you can have a form of it, but it would have to be based on something other than, the social construct part. So yeah, okay, I get you. So it's probably like civilized people and what is it, Greek and Roman? So
yeah,
barbarians. They call them barbarians. Like they started separating people by stuff.
Yeah, it was like Asians. So I'm gonna show you right here why, because I think you missed the part when I came inside. Let's go back over right here. All right, so let me go right here.
Big up SOSA, big up everybody. I disagree with the Jamaican coming on the panel.
Peace to you.
And he's going to he's going to disagree with you. But let me walk here.
I know. Let me read this part first. Let me read this part first, then we can bang it out. All right, so this is some of the writings of early Plato. It posits an essential contrast between a sturdy but mentally inadequate Europe and a soft Asia, the latter enjoying a good climate with a healthy and wealthy population suffering, however, from deficient masculinity and an insufficient sense of individual and collective independence. So Aristotle developed a theory further, adding that two elements which made it useful consensual tool for imperialists held that Greeks occupy the ideal environment, right? The ideal environment between Europe and Asia, and were therefore supremely capable of ruling others. Aristotle's second edition is a claim that the inhabitants of Asia were servile by nature or natural slaves, and therefore suited to be subjects of Greeks, right? And then Roman authors took over these ideas, duly substituting themselves as the ideal rulers. So I'm just looking at that, pinpointing that as some of your early doctrine. I'm not saying that this is racism here, but this is some of the early beginnings of it. Stupid, what's up? Go ahead.
All right. Big up. Let me start with Plato and Aristotle.
Yeah.
Right? Plato and Aristotle's argument was not primarily about racism, but primarily about exceptionalism. You need to understand that many countries practice exceptionalism. I remember when the Olympics were held in America in Los Angeles, and it was at 84 or 84 or 88. I'm not sure which year, but everywhere in the country you went, it was "We are number one, we are number one, USA, USA, USA."
Yeah, of course.
That was an idea to spread American exceptionalism, that we are better than everybody else. Plato and Aristotle, at the time Greece was a superpower in the world, was trying to explain Greek exceptionalism, because it also came down to the Romans. But let us be true about the Romans. Roman citizenship was granted to many people who were not idealistically Roman.
Right. But they also
have. So
I get that, right? Because that's also in the reading that I was going to get to. But they also held these concept of like
exceptionalism,
pure blood.
Yes, they had pure blood, but it was about Roman exceptionalism. Yet still, they granted other people Roman citizenship and all the favors and all the advantages of being a Roman citizen. Right. Now, if we carry it down to the Middle Age, before the Middle Age, there was this big thing that happened in Europe that spread across Europe and led to the death of almost 50% of the human population in Europe.
Right.
That was called the Great Plague.
Plague, yeah.
When the Great Plague happened, there was nobody to farm the land. The place broke apart.
I don't want to speed too fast here because you already.
Okay, all right.
You feel me?
Yes, but you realize I'm have my finger on the trigger. Because we cannot mistake exceptionalism with racism.
Because
let's go back. Where you want to go back?
And we go back to Plato's time, but you hear in the doctrine, he's talking about
exceptionalism.
He's talking about who are the natural slaves, and they're using the environment to describe the mental characteristics of whole peoples. Like this is, I'm not saying like, what I'm saying is that this is a link to the Middle Ages, because in the Middle Ages, they start rereading Aristotle and Plato, and these concepts of who are natural slaves begin to be reintroduced into the people doing the medieval European part. That's my argument. That's what I'm laying.
Yeah. No, because what happened, I understand that they're being reintroduced. But remember, when the Middle Ages were occurring, it's at the end of the Black Death, where they needed workers and they needed justification. And that's why the Arabs started using their own religion to justify slavery. And that's why the Europeans started using their own religion to justify slavery. But prior to the Great Death, there wasn't any great need for slavery, because everybody have a large population to do the farming, the agriculture, the million labor. But let's go back to Plato.
Yeah, everybody has slaves. Yeah. So that's I'm just building my. I'm not pinpointing. I'm building it from there. So
Plato and Aristotle contradicted themselves, because them in earlier writings heap great praises on who, where they say they got the knowledge from.
Yeah. Egypt, shit like that. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
So they said Egypt was the father and the mother. Now all of a sudden them saying them is the greatest. So it's about exceptionalism
Yeah.
more than
Definitely,
racism,
I definitely everybody's about exceptionalism. That's
right?
right. Yeah, everybody
Yeah,
is.
it was about except.
But I'm
So
just
when
talking
they're
about
talking, yeah.
the actual creating
Mhm.
of a doctrine of
Mhm.
mental, like nobody plays mental characteristics on people based on environment. But listen,
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, because they wanted to justify why they're exceptional. And you continue.
Let me get Jackie Murray here real quick.
Medieval period have always had slaves and slave trading and slave traders. And obviously, we don't need to have a society with slaves, but that was the idea that, well, somehow it's impossible for slave holding people, right, people who are benefiting from slavery, to imagine a world where slavery doesn't exist. I'm sure slaves could imagine it, right? Because they wanted out. So they could imagine a world without. But the folks who are benefiting from slavery or whose lifestyle is completely dependent, even if they're not that conscious of it, they can't imagine a world without slavery. So they have to come up with a justification for how we can have slaves in a world where now the critique of slavery is becoming very strong, especially among the elites who are Christian and they feel that there's a problem. So some elites start worrying about, well, wait a minute, am I going to get into heaven if I have slaves, right? And so you start to get coming up with stories about, well, who are the natural slaves? Aristotle has this theory about natural slaves. Let's see if we can figure out who they are. And indeed, you do get scholars or philosophers in the 1300s, etc., start to theorize who could possibly be the natural slaves. And there's a great article coming out by Hendrik Lawrence of Princeton targeting Albertus Magnus as the guy that actually brings together Aristotle's natural slavery and the idea of what we call sub-Saharan African, that is Africans that live in the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn zone. They target that. So Albertus Magnus actually writes a treatise explaining why these are the people that are the natural slaves. And
how you feel about that part, Stupid? Stupid must be on mute. Yeah, so that's the part of the conversation.
Yeah. Hold on. No, what she did is that she jumped 100 years. Why did she jump 100 years? Yes, she did. No, yes, she jumped. Let me explain how she jumped 100 years. When did the European discover that sub-Saharan Africa existed? Was it the 13th century or was it the 14th century? When did the Portuguese first sail?
Sub-Saharan
Listen to her.
No,
yes, they did not.
The Romans.
No.
Let's go back. You're asking when did the
European discover sub-Saharan Africa?
They've been there for a while. Let's see.
No, the Portuguese were the first go around.
Which branch of Europeans you talking about? Because you're talking about medieval Europe. Now we're talking we're talking about this is the Crusades now. We're talking about the Spanish.
The Crusades never got to sub-Saharan Africa. The Crusades went to Jerusalem. The Crusade never got to sub-Saharan Africa. So when she jumped 100 years, she black, just like me, but she jumped 100 years.
Yeah, she didn't jump. She's still in the 12th.
Go back and listen to it. In the 12th century, the Europeans did not know about sub-Saharan Africa. In the 11th century, the European did not know about sub-Saharan Africa. This lady just jumped several hundred years to come up with our thesis.
So we got the Crusade fervor reached North Africa in the 13th century.
Right, the Crusades.
Which would be the
North Africa.
Yeah,
which would be the
12.
Jerusalem.
But
they went all around.
You got to understand that she's linking that with not with what the Crusades also understood. She's linking it also with other Greek writers, because she talked about Aristotle. Remember, they're drawing back from earlier Greek writers.
Yes, but what she did a while ago was deceitful. It was wrong. Play it back again, and you realize that she was wrong in her argument.
No, I mean she got a
argument was
whole.
used.
I'm just playing the video. She got a whole.
Just go back 2 seconds. Just go back
No,
the
go
last
back.
15 seconds of what you said and listen to what you said. She mentioned that the sub-Saharan Africa was ideal during the 13th century. They did not
Yeah,
know
she's
about the
talking about
sub-Saharan
not
Africa.
the cruise, but she's not saying
Princeton,
the
targeting Albertus Magnus as the guy that actually brings together Aristotle's
she's talking about
justification,
other people's work.
Antiquity on to the medieval period, have always had slaves and slave trading and slave traders. And obviously we don't need to have a society with slaves, but that was the idea that, well, somehow it's impossible for slave holding people, right, people who are benefiting from slavery, to imagine a world where slavery doesn't exist. I'm sure slaves could imagine it, right? Because they wanted out. So they could imagine a world without. But the folks who are benefiting from slavery or whose lifestyle is completely dependent, even if they're not that conscious of it, they can't imagine a world without slavery. So they have to come up with a justification for how we can have slaves in a world where now the critique of slavery is becoming very strong, especially among the elites who are Christian and they feel that there's a problem. So some elites start worrying about, well, wait a minute, am I going to get into heaven if I have slaves, right? And so you start to get coming up with stories about, well, who are the natural slaves? Aristotle has this theory about natural slaves. Let's see if we can figure out who they are. And indeed, you do get scholars or philosophers in the 1300s, etc., start to theorize who could possibly be the natural slaves. And there's a great article coming out by Hendrik Lawrence of Princeton targeting Albertus Magnus as the guy that actually brings together Aristotle's natural slavery and the idea of what we call sub-Saharan African, that is Africans that live in the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn zone. They target that. So Albertus Magnus actually writes a treatise explaining why these are the people that are the natural slaves. And the interesting thing, and it has to do with skin color, because above the equatorial zone that he's looking at, people are somewhat fairer skin, say my color and lighter, right? And then you have people who are very dark. But then if you go further south, you also get people who are lighter skinned, right? And so they notice this, all the various travelers or whatever, they notice that, oh, when in this particular zone, it's all very environmental race theory, right? So in this zone, you're getting people who are lighter, you get here, you all of a sudden they're super dark because that's where the sun's belt hits most directly, right? And then below that, again, people turn lighter. So this becomes...
That wasn't confusing to me. You get it.
No, she was talking about the 13th century originally, but continue.
Yeah,
continue. She was talking about the 13th century and put sub-Saharan Africa in the 13th century conversation.
No,
but it shouldn't have been put.
She was talking about them.
No, she's making a soup of her argument.
No.
The first thing she said, she disregarded the need for slaves in the 10th century when we knew that there was a plea and they need a population to something there. To also disregard this fact, Anglo-Saxon England in the Middle Age was not primarily a Christian nation. You need to go and research that. It was a bag of heretics all over the place who worship a bag of things. They weren't concerned about Christian God. Most of the population was not that. No. It was until Anglo-Saxon England wasn't the majority Christian. So they were concerned about
it don't take most of the population, they'll say, to develop the concept of it. They're just looking at and pinpointing the development of it. You feel like I'm just showing a scholarly work on it. These ain't my ideas. He's like, you're not fighting me. you fight the scholars of that day. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not fighting you, and I'm not fighting her either. But she's convoluting a bag of ideas and not explaining the specific of it. Yeah, she's not taking into consideration the impact of the plague, the need for new workers. She's not also taking into consideration the fact that Africa, not sub-Saharan Africa, wasn't really discovered until the 14th century, when all of the tenets of slavery was already put in place before that. Because before that, you had serfdom in England and serfdom in Europe. Should not take into that into consideration.
Yeah, I'm sure they can still all that, but we're gonna look at.
Yeah, no.
Like I said,
Yeah.
we looked at the with one scholar. We looked at Dr. Jack Murray. We're gonna look at this somebody else talk about the same the same time frame, right? She said even fellow Christians could be racialized. Literature justifying England's colonization of Ireland in the 12th century depicted the Irish as quasi-human, savage, infantile, and a bestial race. A racializing strategy in England's colonial domination of Ireland that echoes from the medieval through the early modern period centuries later. Right, so everybody should know the Black Saint, Christian Saint Maurice. In this community, we should know what that was. The treatment of Africans in the medieval Europe tracks the pathways by which whiteness ascended to primacy.
When was the Black Christian Saint Maurice? When did he come up?
It would be like in the 1300s, maybe.
And where was he from? Was he a Moor or was he a sub-Saharan African? Because when we use the word black, when European designate people as black,
we ain't saying
especially before the 14th.
We ain't said black yet.
14th. Okay.
I said black, but they ain't saying black.
Yes, because when white European used that, they actually plowed in the water. Because where was he from? Is it that we're calling everybody from North Africa black now? Because that's a good swinging on the black argument. All right, continue.
You fight hard. Hold on. Listen, the treatment of Africans in medieval Europe tracks pathways by which whiteness ascended to primacy in defining Christian European identity from the mid-13th century on. Sub-Saharan Africans were grimly depicted as killers of John the Baptist and torturers of Christ in medieval art. Africa also allowed European literature to fantasize the outside world and imagine what the world outside could offer: treasure, sex, wealth, supremacy, and consider how to make the rest of the world into something that better resembled Latin Christendom.
Again, that is her paper. Again. She said in sub-Saharan, listen now carefully to our paper. She said sub-Saharan Africans in the 13th century. That we're talking about 1201 to 1299.
You realize that, okay.
No.
Hold on. You do realize that.
No.
Listen, hold on. Listen, you do realize that at that point, that even the Africans of sub-Saharan Africa are being enslaved, and sub-Saharan Africans are being transported to other areas other than sub-Saharan Africa, right? So you realize that you can encounter sub-Saharan Africa in places other than sub-Saharan Africa.
But they weren't in Europe. They weren't in Europe in 1201 to 1299. They were not in Europe. They were in Arab lands. Bro. And in 1201 to 1299, the Arabs and the Europeans were constantly in conflict.
When was
so even if 1 and 2 was there, you have exception to the rule.
When was the Moors? When was the Moors in Spain?
The Moors are not sub-Saharan Africans. Don't put that in your mind. The Moors are not Africans.
The Moors had sub-Saharan African slaves, bro. Some of them they castrated. We know that.
The Moors mostly have Sudanese slaves and all of that. They never. All right. Continue. Do your thing. Do your thing. Because if you make this woman tell you that foolishness, and the Portuguese never reached out to sub-Saharan Africa until the 14th century, but she's still telling you that
the Portuguese wouldn't have to reach. The truth. The Portuguese wouldn't have to reach sub-Saharan Africa to encounter sub-Saharan Africa, because sub-Saharan Africa is being transported
to where?
Place in Africa.
To where? And then to Arab lands, to Arabized land. Where is my boy when I need him now to talk about the Ottoman Empire and the origins of the Ottoman Empire? They were being transferred to Arabized land, who were always in conflict with the Europeans.
Yeah, so
don't let nobody tell you about the Moors
and transport to other places. So they don't have to be in sub-Saharan Africa. So you talk about Portugal.
The Moors weren't black people. Don't let nobody tell you that.
I'm not saying that the Moors. I'm not arguing the Moors were black people. I said the Moors had slaves, sub-Saharan African slaves, right? Even from the Sudan. Part of the Sudan is considered sub-Saharan Africa. The truest in the building.
So so
what is the main point that y'all are not connecting with for everybody else? Because I can't really understand. What are y'all? What's the premise that y'all not meeting?
Stupid is just saying that that scholar is jumbling up a lot of information.
Those
that
scholars.
one, that female. That female scholar who we are listening to.
No,
I hear other scholars.
The one I read was an Asian lady. I read the Asian lady and then played the black lady. And then the other dude I read from was a white guy. That talked about Aristotle. That's
okay, all right, continue. Let me
Can I be heard?
I will talk for the next half an hour.
Let's get it short so he can be heard.
Yeah, my fault. I just had to set up my mic. I just wanted to first start off by saying I think this is a great topic. I don't think looking at racism, or at least the foundations of racism before colonialism, is something that's talked about enough. I think it's very needed. And I think what you're showing in reference to Plato and Aristotle, I think if people don't want to accept it as racism, you would at the very least need to accept it as a foundational philosophy behind what would be racism later on. Because what is unique about racism as opposed to other forms of exceptionalism, which Stu Pease kept throwing that word around, as if exceptionalism eliminates something from being racism, when in fact, racism is a very specific form of exceptionalism. It's not like the two are separate. Exceptionalism comes in many forms. It comes in the form of racism, patriotism, nationalism. I think those are the words he was looking for when he was making his point. But I say this to say with racism, it's dealt on looking at phenotypical factors, natural factors, biological factors, as opposed to social factors in terms of culture or spiritual systems, right? So when you brought up this Greek source of Aristotle, Plato, they're making their exceptionalistic stereotypes on other humans based off of natural factors such as climate and their heredity, right? Their genealogy, right? Based off of their biology.
Too. Yeah, even like astrology, like they in the area of Capricorn, all type of stuff like that. Yeah.
That when you're
he didn't use the biology.
When you have humans creating biases and stereotypes on other humans based off of hereditary and natural factors, as opposed to spiritual systems or linguistics or cultural or social practices, that is absolutely a foundational piece of racism, because that is the core of racism. It's more dealing with hereditary factors as opposed to social.
Right. And mental characteristics.
That's all I have to say there.
Right. For sure. Appreciate the commentary. Domo. What's good, family?
What's good with it? So far,
huh?
I just heard what Truth was talking about, and I just kind of hopped on just to see what y'all boys was on. But what's good with y'all?
Yeah.
So I listened.
What up, Domo?
Yeah,
it's been a minute. What up, Domo?
What up with it?
We're looking at the because I was going through Benjamin Book's what's a book called the Invention of Racism in Classical Antiquity, right? And we was looking at some of the early writings of Plato and Aristotle, and how, right, and looking at that as a beginning, a foundation of some of the concept that would later on develop into what we get this racism today, right? And he talked about how whole groups of people, right, were to be considered natural slaves, servile. You know what I'm saying? And they started attaching, this is back in 5th century BC, they started attaching mental attributes and characteristics to people based on their environment, right? And we're just pinpointing that and looking at some of the other scholars that are looking at that as some of the early beginnings of slavery, because then when you get to the medieval period, right, it was after the plague, after the Dark Age and all that, they started, right, the Christians and the Muslims started looking for reasons to enslave, right, moral reasons that can justify so they can still get into heaven. And they started harking back to the early philosophers and showing how these early philosophers' mindset, the thought process played into slavery in the Middle Ages, these different concepts, and then going into colonialism. That's where we at.
Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's important that we recognize like the progenitors of the modern racist philosophy. But I think that because at the time in which racism, as we understand it, took place, we just got to give it its uniqueness. I mean, because we can recognize that the different ways that biases have existed, whether, like you said, whether it's based on phenotype, whether it's based on like nationality, religious group, all of these other things. And people have said, like, like language like barbarians and all of that type of shit was used to refer to people who they didn't feel like was like up on game. So like that superiority over another person is not unique. You feel me? But what happens though is we got to recognize that how whiteness in and of itself became its own thing in terms of how we understand race. Because like there was, I'll say that. I'll just say that in response, and then just let the conversation keep going. But yeah, so yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it.
Yeah, me and Stu P, we in the midst of a fight about it. I just thought it was because I just thought it was interesting that because before going over it, I didn't realize that early Greek writers were doing that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's prior to science because like what the scholars of the day are saying is that they tend not to give that type of racist ideas credence because the American version of it is also attached to scientific racism. You know what I'm saying? So they don't, and they use that as the bar, right? But when you look back in Plato, they're doing the same type of thing, but there's no Isaac Newton, there's no Darwin, but they're doing it based on environment. They're making whole populations of people. They're applying mental characteristics to whole populations of people and saying like these types of people are natural slaves, right? So I just thought that shit was extremely
I think
like, them niggas was doing a lot back then. Like they was doing way more than I realized. Every time I read the Greek philosophers, bro, they was doing way more than I thought they was doing, man. I always find that shit fascinating.
I think an interesting question to draw from that would be, do they think that those characteristics are only applicable to people that are actively living in those regions? Or let's say you took someone from, I don't know, let's say Palestine, if that was one of the places they were making stereotypes about. You took one of those indigenous people, brought them to Greece, and had them live there for 3-4 generations. Would those mental characteristics still be passed on hereditarily, or would it change over time? Like, would they be able to outgrow these assertions they're making about these people? Because that would really give insight on how much they thought this was something biological versus something that's learned behavior due to the harshness of the climate.
Well, from what I read about it, like unless the person somehow that's their lineage was forgotten, because they also have this idea of purity. You know what I'm saying? Like so you know what I mean? And a lot of nations had the idea of purity. So you know what I mean? If you wasn't a pure blood, there's no way you can actually, you know what I mean, ascend to those ranks. But they definitely considered it biological due to climate. Now, as far as how much they can get out of it, I'm not sure. How much they can work themselves out of that biological circumstance they apply. Yeah, I'm not too sure on that.
Hey, you talking about Aristotle right now, right?
Yeah, Aristotle and Plato them.
Yeah, well, they believe that people were they believed in slaves and masters, though. Others should be slaves, some should be masters. That was like what he believed. Everything in the world had a purpose, everything. And then it also had an end that defined whatever it was. So when they thought about it, they wasn't thinking about it in a way of harshness. They was actually thinking that it benefited. I know it sounds crazy, but they thought that the natural slave, this particular form of placing everybody in this particular area, they said they benefited from being a slave.
Yeah, I mean,
because they said that, you had a guidance in a person.
So then,
you weren't
so then
rational
to
enough
that
to reach
point,
your own guidance and hold on, you weren't rational. They didn't think that people, they didn't think that natural slaves had enough rational thinking to reach
I know.
their own purpose. It's
Right.
weird, but
Yeah.
So
it
to
was
that
different.
point, then you would never be able to outgrow that. You would never be able to live out of that. It's very similar to how, so I'm assuming based off of that philosophy, if your mother and your father were slaves, you would be born a slave yourself. Not too
Essentially.
much not too much different than the philosophy here with chattel slavery. If you were born to slave parentage, you were born a slave.
In Greece, no, that's not true.
Well,
No,
listen,
they,
so
Yeah,
my
they
question is,
believe, hold on, in
how do
his
y'all?
view, hold on, in his view, they looked at natural slaves as people who they had the physical and mental capacity to perform manual labor, but they didn't have a rational soul that would make them capable of governing themselves and participating in like good life. They really thought they
right.
were doing natural slaves a
Yeah.
favor.
They were made to be laborers. Right. Yeah.
No, but
So
but more than just made to be laborers. Everything had to reach its purpose and its end. That's Aristotle. You
Yeah.
have to, you gotta have you have a purpose in society, and you have to reach whatever it is that you're supposed to get to. That's how Aristotle thought. That's his philosophy. But I think it's teleological, something like that. And but his purpose, though, it wasn't just that they could do labor. That was the only way that they could reach their end because they couldn't do it themselves. So through the labor, through the physical this, because they couldn't rationalize it themselves, put them in this place so that they could reach their purpose in society and a good end per se. Because they didn't look at natural slaves as having rational minds or souls, just workers.
Yeah, I would have to the lady, excuse me, you guys, peace to the panel. I don't mean to just butt in, but I'm at work.
Good,
I'm
bro.
trying to get my bars off right quick.
Yep.
But I agree with some of the things. Like I agree with the natural slavery thing that they thought that, but I think it even goes further back. This is what research I'm doing right now. I think if you go back even further, I think that this concept of natural slavery, that's the reasoning. Like you said, we're talking about proto-science, you know what I mean? So this is before, science. This is philosophy and metaphysics, and then comes science. They trying to formalize the language and the methods at this time. So a lot of times they just philosophizing and giving these reasons, but there's no science behind it. So I say all that to say is there is more philosophy about this natural slavery that I'm not really ready to expound on because I want to do a whole presentation on it. I'm actually writing on it, but it goes back further than this concept. There's even a reason behind that, with this whole idea of a natural order without saying too much and things of that nature. So I agree, but I think it's even deeper than just that concept. There's a whole order that we're leaving out.
yeah, so I mean, so that really just makes me. It kind of confirms the idea that racism is archaic and shit. Like it's a well outdated. Like if we talking about that, we find these same concepts and proto science. That means that shit need to be done with. You know what I'm saying? Like it's completely outdated. But my question to y'all is having a better understanding of what how these philosophies existed.
Hmm?
Ancestors ain't want to hear that answer. They don't want to
Oh,
answer.
I thought it was me. I was like, the hell happened
No,
to
the ancestors said nope. Going too far.
But
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's very important, right?
No,
So
I
people in the
don't know if
chat.
y'all heard my
Hold
question
on.
though. I
Oh,
Domo,
asked,
you
do
went
y'all?
out. You went out,
hold on,
Domo. You went out.
finish your question.
Went
Oh
out.
yeah. My question was, do y'all think it changes how we talk about racism today? Understanding like the progenitors of like that type of what turned into what we understand to be modern racism. Uh, with Aristotle believing this type of shit, and like the brother argued, it goes back even further than that. Does it change how we talk about it today?
I, I
Or
would
go ahead, bro.
I would say definitely, and that's why I'm looking at it because they're today, it molded into something biological, dealing with pseudoscience. So for a long time, people around the world was looking at it as fact, but now I just wish we would start looking at it as politics, and people have an agenda. Like, I don't even believe that they believe this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's something that they trying to press on the world. When you look at the ideology behind the philosophy and the science, and you go all the way back, and you like, man, they just made that shit up, and you know why? And then I'll give you guys a couple clues. Is one empire falling and another empire coming into power, and then also this whole concept of hierarchy. If you look off into those things, then you kind of see what's really at play when you're dealing with politics and how to structure a society. So yeah, I think we do need to look at it in a different way and quit being so naive and understand what's really going on, that there's some deeper politics behind it.
I think, like, for me, right, I think the idea of racism, right, we only see it, we only identify through a black-white lens, right? And I think that part is problematic, because the idea of race separates people from basically from identifying their connection to the same type of oppression, right? So we only view it from a black and white lens. So when we see Asians being oppressed, it means nothing to an African American, because we don't, what I'm saying, we don't identify it the same way. And like, so when you look at the concept of racism, like, when we only look at it through color, let's take Africa for example, right? We wouldn't look at that, a tribe on tribe, as racism because they're the same color. You know what I'm saying? When in fact the actual same thing is being done because one group don't see themselves as the same people. You know what I'm saying? But since the color's the same, we don't recognize the atrocities as similar or even identified as racism, because it has to be color coded in a sense. So I think I would like to see it more grounded. So for me, it changes somewhat. For me, it does.
Yeah, I think the interesting part, being that we are on the pseudo platform, I think the interesting part is the relationship of racism and science. And that's kind of like, it seems like science was kind of influenced by the social or cultural context from where it comes from. So early science, the early science contributed to a lot of what you would call the racial categories and even the justifications for racism. But I can also appreciate, on the other hand, how modern science and genetics fights to throw it out. So, you can look, it's a double-edged sword. Things are going to happen. It's not the greatest thing, but I don't look at what they did as maybe it was the beginnings of racism, but it was more about, that was when philosophy kind of ruled, and that's when philosophy was the order of the day, and being a civilian versus being a barbarian. You were going to have these classifications regardless, and the ruling class was the people that were going to set the classifications. And it just shows how important science is, because now science will tell you that it's all a construct.
Yeah,
even though we're still plugged with it today.
Philosophy is the science of his day. Philosophy is science of his day.
Yeah, that's what was. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the environmental factors of mental capacity is the scientific doctrine.
Yeah,
which is, you know what I mean.
And that's why it's so crazy to say that Aristotle thought he was helping him. He thought that he was assisting people to reach
find that same concept with
essence. That's crazy.
You find some of the same concept with,
well, to be fair, even in
modern slavery, you find that.
Hey, what's up, Truist? I just recognize your voice, G. What's up, G?
Yeah, what's up, brother? But to be fair, even in modern social sciences, when we're talking sociology and psychology, nature, environment, all these things play major factors in the psychology and mental mind state of individuals and populations. So
I agree.
to a degree, even when it comes to studying mental behavior of humans today, we still look at these things to a degree. And I hate to bring this up because I don't want to go down the Black Egypt rabbit hole too deep, but it's in relation to another Greek source when we're talking about Greek philosophical thought. There was a source a couple weeks ago, Smash brought up of some Greek philosopher that was observing Egyptian behavior, and he said that he observed Egyptians not being fond of red people that they associated with the desert, right, and Set. So from this Greek observer's perspective, he was seeing Egyptians having certain biases of behaviors of other humans based upon the climate and terrain and environment they came from. So this just seems to be a common thing amongst Greek thought, or maybe even people in that Mediterranean region, period. It's very possible the Egyptians and even Canaanites and people throughout the Near East and Northeast Africa made certain assumptions of other humans based off of their environment.
Oh, they
It might not
definitely
even
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
something
They definitely
exclusive
did.
only to the
You,
Greeks.
you just touched something I was going to speak on.
Let me just say this real quick.
Exceptionalism.
Let me just say this real quick, since he's there, because he ain't had a word. Go ahead, Samuel.
What up? What up? Peace, peace. This is a conversation I'm glad y'all are having. Thank you, Teddy, for posting the link. I'm glad.
I called your name. I said, I wish you were here.
What up?
I hope
What
they
up,
told you that.
TP?
I said, I wish you were here.
Ottoman
Tell them who the Ottoman know.
Because this is something that I've been saying for a long time, and I'm glad that the conversation is now being had, and people are starting to go into the literature and see what they were actually saying, to see how they were constructing these ideas of other people and how they placed them outside of this construction of the human as they did it. Because now we can see, because now we can start seeing where they decided, how they decided other groups of people were less human than others, and they could be degraded or used to other people's expense based off of these characteristics that they got from the ancients. So history connects up, and I'm glad y'all can see how the philosophy and the religion played into the science or the pseudoscience that they were actually using to build their ideals off of.
Right, and the first pseudoscience was philosophy. You get your first pseudo scientific philosophical versions of it in terms of
You can say that. I would agree with you on that.
You feel me? And then it spread. You feel me? So I'm just showing that. Could you read the first two paragraphs? Yeah, I was just showing that I was trying to connect the dots, in other words, and I thought it was pretty fascinating. Let me
All right. Yeah, this is what I was trying to say. This is what I was trying to say. If we look at the Mesopotamian, they practice exceptionalism. If we look at the Egyptians practice exceptionalism. And it was seen in their monuments, because your monuments dictate how you feel about yourself. Right? They practice exceptionalism. Do you think the Egyptians didn't think that they were better than most people around them? Yes, they did. That's the origins of it. Is when you want to justify it. No, that's when racism come about. Is when you want to justify exceptionalism to say that I am better than you, that you are less than me, that I can treat you any way I deem fit. That's when racism come about. Racism is a justification of your perceived impression of yourself. Right? When white people tell you, if you hear white people talk about black people, especially in the South, that they're lazy and that we hardworking, yet still it's black people build the South. Right? But you need to justify exceptionalism.
Yeah, but that's always gonna happen in psychology. That's just this is us versus them in psychology. Let me see, you
And
have an us versus them dynamic going on. So that's not
yeah,
unique. The
yeah,
uniqueness is the whole the whole mental characteristic plays a whole population of people based on environment, phenotype, or skin tone. That's the uniqueness I'm talking about. Not just the we're better than you are. We're better. No, it's that people from here are this. People from here don't have the brain capacity to do this. People over here are made to be workers. There, you know what I mean? That's unique. That's the uniqueness I'm talking about.
and then we also have to add to the mix that, excuse me, that every culture is ethnocentric and sees themselves as the center of the universe, especially these big nations, right?
That's key.
Why,
That's very key. Ethnocentrism. That's a
so
very
why
key word.
So why wouldn't people see themselves as exceptional to other people? And that's just how people work. You can't go into no nation and think that they're going to think of themselves as less than anybody. So it's quite a natural human phenomenon. But like you said, the extent to which people take it and try to oppress other people is where we're talking about. But yeah,
Right,
it's not unusual to be ethnocentric or an exceptionalism to your nation. That's common.
right, right. Is when you start to
We got the other
when you
people.
start to
Just Marcus said, just the sub-Saharan African in medieval Europe, but a skeleton.
Yeah,
What you say?
I think most humans, I think most, like you guys said, most people, no matter where they are, have some varying degrees of a superiority complex. I think where it starts to become problematic and teetering racism is when that complex is so grandiose that it becomes antagonistic to other populations of people. That is when it really can be set in stone as this is straight up racism or some sort of problematic philosophy when it's antagonistic and oppressive to the point where you're enslaving people, genociding people, etc.
But that goes along with the ideology that you were created out and those other people weren't created along with your human family. So they're a separate class of people. So once you other those people, then you can put whatever characteristics that is outside of what you classify as human.
Indeed, and to add to that, I don't see. We have to remember that politics is always an issue. You know, like people aren't enslaving people just to enslave them. Like if you got slaves, you making them build shit. You know what I mean? Excuse my language. If you taking people's resources, if you being an empire and going and you know having these quarrels with other people, is always some type of political. Even though they might make it seem like it's something else, they might say it's religion. You know, that might be the reasoning. The philosophy might be they are less than human. You know what I'm saying? But these things are coming down from other people that's sitting on the throne. More than likely, at the end of the day, when you look at these people's reasons, they'll say whatever. But then you have to look at the actions, like what are the consequences? What are they gaining? And if you look at what people are gaining out of this from the stuff that they are doing to other people through this oppression, through whatever the philosophy is, it's politics. And we got to keep that at the forefront too, man. We can't just be believing the surface level of what people want to pitch to us, or we'll always be looking at the wrong thing. But if we see what comes from it objectively, you know, I think we'll kind of point that compass in the right direction and see what people are really doing.
Yo, Sosa.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people like might not see it this way. It might be my atheistic mind that sees things this way, but when it comes to most spiritual systems and most people's deities are formed after the political and ethical and moral views of the creators and writers of them. It's not the other way around. This is why most people's spiritual systems and most people's gods 99% of the time do not ever disagree with their own personal, political, moral, and ethical views. It's the writers of these systems inserted their psychologies into these systems to justify what it is they felt to be true. So
Great.
this will be on a regional basis, depending on where you are in the world. It's
I
not monolithic.
I
So
just wanted
so
to ask,
Let me say
I
this.
just wanted to ask a
Also,
question real
let me say
quick.
this real
What
quick, Sayo, and then I'm gonna let you go in there. 'Cause I'll let you read this. Also, just in times of war, right? And I just when you're gaining anything, right? You people always have to justify a reason to go take something from somebody.
Beautiful. That's true.
You
That's a
understand me? So
beautiful.
you always have to do that, right? But right. So one of the concepts they looked at too, in terms of like with Greek thought, right? You always had the heroes and monsters, right? You got a concept of slaying the monsters, right? And even in our stories today, we look at stories like Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Even right now, Jack going to the Beanstalk, the giant didn't do nothing to Jack. You understand me?
Jack was a colonizer, a
It was
thief
Jack
and
that went up. It was Jack
a
that went up and
murderer.
took shit from the giant, right? And the giant dies, but nobody cares about the monster. You see what I'm saying? And it's that, because, and so people, so that type of mentality also translate, right? Because it's like nobody cared. Like, so these people, they're animals, they're bestial, they're monsters. So you don't have any remorse or any compassion for killing the monsters. The same type of concept. But go ahead, Xavier.
That is so beautiful. That's all I
Xavier.
have to say. Go ahead. Xavier.
Agreed. If Sabio ain't gonna come back, I definitely agree with that line of thought. To add to that, I would say, the winner gets to write the history, you know what I mean? And the person who won is always going to portray the other guy as the monster, you know what I mean? But if you look at it in the reverse, like the other side sees the other people as the monster too. A great movie that's about this, I don't know if y'all remember this movie. It's a movie called Hero by Quentin Tarantino, and it has Jet Li and a bunch. It's like a martial arts movie, but it's really based. So the concept of that movie, right? It was like the emperor. He was a bad emperor because he was going through taking over all the different provinces of China. So whenever the good guy got to the emperor, he was like, why shouldn't I slay you? What the emperor said is because he had a vision that another enemy was going to come in and was going to slaughter all of us if I didn't bring us together and put us under one tongue, under one nation, so we could be big enough to fight the other enemy that's coming in. So it gives you this dynamic where you think that the emperor is the bad guy because he's doing all this killing, but really it's for a greater good. That theme right there is throughout history. You feel me? Like the bad guys is always the good guys in their own eyes. But it just depends on who wins and writes history, to where we looking at it in retrospect, do we get to, really just, try to analyze it. But the bad guys never see themselves as the bad guys,
Right. I'm sure the slavers thought they were doing the slaves a justice.
Indeed.
Manifest destiny.
Indeed.
Morality, it's subjective. It's not the same across the board. What some people find ethical, others don't. And even when it comes to things as brutal as chattel slavery, yeah, the conductors of it thought they were doing something that they were divinely sent to do.
But I don't believe that. I believe that that's all politics, and that's my position. And I intend to. I don't want to say prove it, but I'm gonna lay out a good case for it. I believe even the religious side, whatever the philosophy is underlying it, is at the end of the day, it's just power and politics, man. Sure.
Hey, Stupies, look at that. I'm gonna just read it real quick. Marcus want to read the excavating the ruins of Ipswich Friary more than 10 years ago has been identified as a medieval African man. The finding, which has been documented in the BBC Two History series, gives insight to the migration of Africans to England in the 13th century. Right until now, there have been virtually no records of Africans in England between the fall of the Roman Empire in the 16th century. 1992, 2002, 2006, Suffolk County Council archaeology team excavated a development site on the corner of Wolsey Street and Franciscan Way, which was known as the Great Friar. So,
when was that? Which century? Repeat.
13th century.
So that's during the 13th century.
The 1200s.
They found the ruins, and they found the skeleton that they believed to be a what?
Yeah.
A sub-Saharan African, that they said?
Yeah. During the day that
reread it. Let me hear it.
Look, there was more than that. There were 150 individuals in total, 9 of whom were declared to be of sub-Saharan African origin. So I tell you, they
Okay.
was so Sub-Saharan Africans on the move, bro.
How
Okay,
did they
okay.
determine that? Were they studying the
Okay.
shape of the skulls, or they took samples
Okay.
of genes? How did they
Of
determine
DNA.
that?
How they determine that? The skull measurement and bone measurement and leg measurement, 150 skeleton. But we're not going to go into that. They found 9.
I can use using carbon dating, bone isotopic analysis, facial reconstruction, historical. Yeah, so
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
you can't get out of that one, stupid. I got you.
No.
Well,
No.
down the path.
The exception don't make the rule. You might have 1 or 2
No,
people that
rule.
appear to be
The
sub-Saharan.
exception make the rules.
century.
The exception make the rules, stupid.
No?
It's so.
Go ahead. Let's keep building. I was messing with you.
It's so. I'm not gonna let you do that to Jack and the Beanstalk, though, bro. That was unnecessary.
What?
That story.
Jack was a thief and a murderer. You don't believe that?
That story.
Jack was a thief and a murderer.
Now you look at that story.
Jack went up to somebody's house.
You can win 2 peas. Let me just say what I gotta say. The Jack and the Beanstalk, I get it, but that wasn't. Anyway, you're not saying that's about it. You're just supplying colonialism to it.
It was just an analogy.
Stupid just made the analogy. I'm just talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say that ain't.
I'm just talking about the idea
that
of
was before
slaying monsters.
colonialism.
Are you saying that Jack is like a colonizer?
No,
Jack is a colonizer.
No.
Jack is a white man who went up to a mystical land and killed the father, and stole his gold. Is not Jack a colonizer? Of course, Jack is a colonizer. Yeah, then tell the children those stories to normalize what they do. You go and you kill the boogeyman, and you steal everything that he has. You steal his golden goose, you steal his gold, you kill him, and then you come back home and you live rich and healthy. Isn't that what colonizers do?
Listen, but the story predates.
Let's look at Jack and the Beanstalk.
Imperialism. No. I'm saying, listen. I just want to be clear before you go down this rabbit hole. I just want to be clear. The man who wrote the book was not writing about colonization.
Oh,
you guys are putting
no, not you guys. Stupe's doing that, man. He just messing with you.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's all.
No. Let me teach you something. Let me teach you something. Most nursery rhymes are historically based. Like Humpty Dumpty is based on a historical figure. Look it up if you don't believe me. This is about a duke who got too big for his pants and fell off, and all the king horses and all the king men couldn't put him together again. Right? Ring a posy, ring a rosy, ashes all fall down. It is based, just type in our nursery rhymes based on historical events, and you realize that it is so. Jack and the Beanstalk is a colonizer writing about what colonizers do. This white man went up, found a magical way, the passage like the Portuguese, to a black man land, West Africa. And he killed him, and he captured his gold, and he captured his children, and he went back to England and lived rich beyond his dream. This is a colonizer story that would normalize and say, yeah, Jack is a hero.
Yeah.
So we're hero worshiping the colonizers. If you look at things to me, like on me, I'm very blackity. And I don't apologize for being black.
I know, and you shouldn't.
But when you look at it, you realize that it's a colonizer story.
Yeah, It was written in the
1800s. It was written in the 1800s before the height of colonialization. So all I'm saying is
the 1800s.
I wanted to get back on the conversation. Not really. The conversation is cool. I just wanted to ask you: was you referencing airs, waters, and places when you were speaking on Hippocrates or Aristotle? What was you referencing by him? And did you read Hippocrates, airs, waters, places?
No. I was what I was reading came from I was using for Benjamin Isaac, Invention of Racism and Classical Antiquity.
Okay. Yeah, you was using that book.
Yeah,
I got it too.
Yeah. Okay, so back to what we was talking about. It was written in 1807. I don't know. I don't even know. I mean, I'm learning Sabio and his fighting
Yeah.
style.
Okay, wait. Let me tell you. In 1807, you need to read Richard Kipling, White Man Bird. That poem by Richard Kipling, The White Man Bird. The White Man Bird needs to go there.
Rudyard Kipling. Rudyard.
Yeah. Rudyard Kipling, right. The White Man Bird. The White Man Bird needs to go out there and to soothe the savages, just like Jack. And that was written in the 18th century. The 18th century is when Queen Victoria was at her heights. When the flag didn't land, then the sun didn't set on the Union Jack. That means they occupied so many countries around the world. And the sun never set on the flag.
That fight was stupid, man.
Yeah, stupid in that fight. Admit it, sir. I'm running up the score now. Yeah, I'm running up the score. Jack is a colonizer.
Y'all want to know what ties into the white man's burden? This idea of Christianizing, this idea of Christianizing the world. So
of taming the savages.
So manifest destiny. All that ties into the white man's burden.
Yeah.
What Jack did.
Yes, I don't know why we put all this burden on the white man like that.
They put it on themselves when they decided to Christianize the world. When they decided to say that they are the saviors of the world because of Jesus, they put that burden on themselves.
I'm sorry that I spoiled Jack for you. You never look at Jack the same again.
Yeah, now
you what you want me to ruin? What you want me to ruin?
I get what y'all saying. I never looked at it that way. So I gotta love it.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
What you want us to ruin? You know what list of them there in the ruin?
Go back and really read that. I gotta go back and really read that.
We need to ruin Lone Ranger too. Lone Ranger is a black man. Everybody know that.
Oh yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know about that.
Right.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah.
When they made the movie, because one of the actors they were gonna have was gonna be a black man, and everybody, the actual Lone Ranger was gonna be black, Jamie Foxx, and he said, "No, we're not doing that."
No, Lone Ranger is based on what's his name, Bass
Reeves.
Black Sheriff, Bass Reeves. That's who Lone Ranger is. Bass Reeves. Bass Reeves is not a guitar swinging, sweet voice, lily looking white boy. But that's what we got. Who else want us to ruin? Let's ruin everybody's childhood fantasy.
They made a few movies. The movies in the last 5 years have all been black characters playing Bass Reeves. They just don't call him the Lone Ranger, but Bass Reeves he actually has a TV show now about Bass Reeves. Good actor too.
Let me get one little expert. I'm gonna use this little video real quick. It's free.
Proto-scientific narrative starts to emerge.
Hold on. Let me get the sound right, bro. Hold on. And we're gonna build it on Stupi's favorite lady. Stupid, I like to put you in a room and hear you argue with them that experts today. It should be hilarious. No, it is. No, you're skipping steps. Sound. Oh.
Yeah, at some point, so we gotta have a conversation about Logic Jack. His avatar wardrobe
out of slavery, and we look at anti-Semitism. A similar thing is happening, right? Deciding that.
Screen load that real quick. It's just a long load. Got to put the chalkboard.
Little avatar bots from.
Or the use.
Well, these guys don't accept Jesus, right? There's something about them genetically or biologically. Start coming up with a way of justifying their unwillingness to accept Jesus, and going even right to the text of the Bible to say St. John, where he quotes Jesus saying that Jews are the children of Satan or something like that, right? So then that becomes the way in which you justify pogroms against Jews, etc., because they're the demon seed or something like that, right? So you get these narratives that are emerging out of the medieval period, one stream of racist narratives demonizing, monstrifying Jews, making people think that they really are monsters, right? They may look like normal people, but they're really monsters. And then, as it keeps going forward, we realize we can't just enslave everybody like we used to. Now we have to have a specific group of people we can enslave. And so we monstrify that group. So that's the emergence of our modern understanding of race. So that's the sort of the seeds, and then it keeps getting piled up over time and how we understand it. But this process didn't just happen. It didn't just start in the medieval period. It's always the way in which people justify trying to establish a permanent underclass that you can exploit and treat in a way that supports a hierarchy, right? This is always the case. And you don't even have to time travel. You can just go to the other side of the world. You can go to Africa and see within Africa where groups are fighting with each other, where under phenotypical terms, they would another group that they're fighting against as humans. So this is already within the modern context. You can see that race is not something that has a particular shape or form, right? That it adapts itself to whatever the historical circumstances are, whatever we need to justify keeping our particular regime in play, then we will change the narrative accordingly. So if we go back in time now.
So I thought that was a good, interesting piece in what she talked about right there.
No, that was dope right there, and I definitely agree. And to me, in a nutshell, what she said was politics. I want to get into her sources and things of that nature because she on point, but she's just pitching it in a way that I wouldn't. But she's not wrong though. Her perspective is slightly different. I
I understand it's a video now, so it's a clip, so she can't really get it in like it ain't like her work. You know what I mean? Hits. What's going on, baby? What's going on, man?
In 1066.
What's going on? Hits. AI. If you're free to talk, speak your mind.
I'm not talking.
We'll come back. This is Kyle. Kyle, what's good, family?
Yeah, I like what
they must got their mic.
I think it take a while.
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Well, yeah, man, I'm good, man. How y'all doing?
Yeah, everything good. Everything good, man.
Kyle, don't accept that Jack was
you been watching the show? I see it hits. You can go after Kyle. What's on your mind, Kyle? How you been enjoying the show?
Yeah, man, I think it's a good show. I think that these type of shows really serve a dual purpose. Uh, One purpose is to educate people, but the second purpose is to be a bit of therapy. The reason why I say therapy is because a lot of the times when we don't address the issue, it's hard to get over it. We can't get over why we subconsciously use racism as our starting point for conversations. And from what I can see is that we completely use that, and it's because we are completely under the supremacy of westernized civilizations and the way that they viewed the world at that time. And I was mentioning the Hermetic hypothesis in the chat because everything that we have dealing with the transatlantic slave trade was based upon that. And colonization was also based upon that. And when they viewed the world, they viewed the world from the ancient Persian, the ancient Roman, the ancient Greek lenses based on the biblical narrative. And there's a book called The Negro, the Beast that I would recommend for a lot of people to read and understand. This is back in, I believe, the 1700s. They were trying to explain.
Damn, I've been telling people to read that for years, Kyle.
Well, we're on the same page, man. Great minds think alike. But this book goes into great detail about the thought process that encouraged and promoted the slave narrative that fueled colonization, because the way that it, I wouldn't say segregated, but separated people in groups. So you have the descendants of Ham, Shem, and Japhet, and then that was based on their worldview at that time. Now, when they start to discover other parts of African civilization and other worldly civilizations like North and South Americans, the Aboriginal people, and in Asia, stuff like that, they didn't have a spot in their worldview. And so they labeled these individuals beast, and their property they weren't deserving of their property, their land, their natural resources, because God in their Bible did not even acknowledge them. And so these are things that we got to completely understand for diving into this conversation. And this is the main reason why they was labeling certain African people as sub-Saharan, because that's a derogatory term. They're you know what I'm saying, less than human beings. They labeled us black because, you know, we didn't necessarily have that value to be even ethnic or culturally identified, because the Bible and the Quran did not acknowledge these groups as actual human beings. This is why you got the 3/5 argument. Like this is really deep, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, that's it right there, Savio. Appreciate you sharing the screen. And like these are things that are the foundation of why we have this issue. And this is why I fight so hard against the for a force of resistance against using that system to classify ourselves, because the sole purpose of that system of colonization, racial segregation, was to devalue and dehumanize us. And I think that this is an important era for us as people who are, you know, like we're recently free from being oppressed and slaves, right? And we're fighting for something. Well, some of us are fighting for something that was used to oppress us, and the others that are more aware are fighting against it. And I think just you know, let's say knowledge is power, and you don't know the reason for a certain term being used, or you don't know the motivation or the motive of that term being used, it makes you less resistant, you know.
Don't do it, Kyle. Don't do it. Don't do it, bro.
That's why I said a certain term. I ain't said a term.
Don't do it. Don't do it, bro.
Yeah, that's gonna take us down on the Blackpool.
We do that to one. Hey, hits. You got your hand raised. You got. Can you come on mute? You're on mute. I don't know if you've been trying to talk before. There you go. Hey,
Yo,
what's good?
what's up? Peace, everybody. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. Maybe you and Savio can jump in and drill down a little further on that aspect of the natural slave, and push back against maybe the notion that people are just acting blindly. Well, not blindly. I guess that's not a good word, but just acting relative to, you know, their time, you know, and what's going on around them. Because, and this is the part I want Savio to speak to, for them to determine that to get to heaven, we need a reason to enslave these people. Now, if that's not
not to
an
get
intentional
there.
thought.
Not to get there though. It would be like,
Well, that it was wrong.
How can we keep enslaving them? Like if we're killing people, we have to have a reason to do it that would prevent us.
Yeah,
from
that's
getting
highly intentional.
Right.
That's a highly intentional thought of doing, maybe, you know, briefly something wrong or something right. So, what are some of the things that they had to jump over or ignore, since they're looking at it from a biblical or a religious frame? There's parts in that don't go along with that part of it. So you have to kind of turn your eye to that part to actually achieve that. So maybe
one of the first things that I would say, and it's really difficult for people to grasp, is the idea of Africans or black people, or just say Africans on the continent of Africa at that time, having the ability to reason and make laws and govern themselves. That was huge. That was huge in their determining and them placing us outside of the so-called human family?
Sabio, to speak
Can
to
I say
that
something?
point.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead,
I
brother.
want
Go
to add
ahead,
to
brother.
that too.
Big up Virginia, first of all. But no, no. This thing it occurred over time. It wasn't like when the Portuguese first went to Africa, they were like, okay, well, let's enslave them because they're Hamites. They enslaved them because it was available. You know what I'm saying? These things
Boom.
developed over hundreds of years.
Rah.
It wasn't something that like they had this preconceived notion in 1491, like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. No, these things developed. But you already had, like someone else mentioned earlier, you had a clear-cut division between the heathen, the Muslim, the infidel, and the Christian, and those outside of that fold. But it wasn't like straight black and white like we interpret it now. And like what Samuel said about the reading thing, they would have looked at us any kind of way because it was advantageous. It wasn't this clear moral thing. This is something that's painted over the history, to explain things away. Or when the Pope wrote the edit, I forget the particular edit.
The
You know,
Edict of Milan, and you're
right.
taking it out, and you're
You
taking.
talking
We're
about
not
the
talking
dumb
about the
diversity?
modern time.
No,
We're
no,
talking
no, no.
about
Actually, I was
ancient
talking
times.
about I was talking about when they split. I used the wrong word. I
I
was talking
want
about
you
when
to
they split the
understand,
world in half.
Cujo. When I mentioned the reason, I was talking about I'm not talking about the modern ideas in this during the slave trade. I'm talking about the whole idea of othering.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. But
So,
initially, you got to know when they went into Africa, they were looking for a Prester John.
Cujo, because I'm not just, I can show you the sources on this.
Yeah, and I can show you sources that support what I say as well.
I have
That's not how history works. It's not science.
Bro. It's not an argument. I'm trying to teach here. Because
Hold on.
Don't
Hey, hold
teach. This
on.
your information. You're not in a position to teach.
Hey, hold on.
Bro.
Listen. And this also will speak to what his acts, right? This little phrase right here. It says, similarly, right? Because like I said, they're trying to justifying how to murder and enslave individuals, right? Because Christians didn't want to enslave Christians and Muslims didn't want to enslave Muslims. So
bingo.
Similarly, Muslims in medieval Europe were transformed from military enemies into non-humans. The renowned theologian Bernard of Clairvaux, who co-wrote the rule of the Order of the Templars, announced that the killing of a Muslim wasn't actually homicide, but malicide, the extermination of incarnated evil, not the killing of a person. So they use these type of rhetoric also along with people that want these enslaved class to dehumanize them, right?
Bingo.
It goes back to the monster concept. Like, there's no remorse for killing a monster. These are monsters. So you can kill a monster and go to heaven.
And when was that done? When was that done? That was done during the Crusades. That's the argument that was made during the Crusades. That was the argument.
Sabio did make a great
I mean, I
point
get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add a little something right quick, because the people not being educated, especially in antiquity, is a big reason, because you got to consider that people are being educated by the church, right? There's no institutions, and not everybody gets to go to the institutions, which are temples that are back then. So the masses are ignorant, so it's easy to hit somebody with your spiritual teachings or religious teachings and put your ideology in that, because that's how you civilizing the people through the church and through people's ignorance. So the ignorance of the people is a big deal in pushing this ideology.
Chef, what's good, baby?
Hey,
what up, Chef?
What's up, Sabio? Hey, y'all know we had this discussion before. I'm glad it's revisited. So I'm glad. So I'm glad you took a deeper look into it. You dig what I'm saying?
For sure.
Yeah. Because I felt as though I was fighting.
I did too.
Damn near by myself.
Hey, you and me too, bro.
I'm like, how y'all can read through history and not see this?
And
you know what I mean?
Shit.
Yeah, like it's almost saying like Europeans during colonial period, they came up with something that other people didn't conceive of. And I agree with Cujo that it was advantageous for them at that moment to exploit it even more. You dig what I'm saying? So I think that's what Cujo is where I agree with Cujo at. But I think Sabio and Sosa is on point, and I think Cujo is just talking about Europeans at that time just using it to exploit the situation even more. You know what I mean? But I think everybody pretty much is where they need to be at.
Yeah, look, I didn't know.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Kyle and Sabio was saying. I can't do it myself because my service is pretty bad, but you can pull up a map of the endemic races of people when we're talking about Shem, Ham, Japhet, right? And when they classify Africa, it is not all of Africa that's Ham. It's primarily northeast, east, and some parts of northwestern Africa. The parts where they were grabbing slaves from, where we descend from, West Africa and Central Africa, and even South, these people were classified as Negroes, Pygmies, etc. Right? And they were clearly distinct and classified separate from the people they were calling Hamites. And the reason being is because of what Kyle and Sabio was saying. They were trying to say Negroes and Pygmies and people from West and Central and South Africa were subhuman. And yes, initially, when they are grabbing these people, they did not have this philosophy initially, but they created it to justify what they were doing. Because obviously, when the Torah is being written, they don't have awareness of Morocco and Ghana and Nigeria. They don't have awareness of that deep into West Africa. So when they're talking about Hamites, they're primarily talking about Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and people from Sudan and Somalia at best. They're not talking about West Africans. So once they discover these lands, they have to come up with a justification of, well, these people are non-Adamic. They don't come from Adam.
They don't.
They're subhumans. They're beasts of the field.
And I got another book called The Biblical Defense of Slavery. I haven't even cracked that open. I wonder if Kyle has cracked it open yet. I have read some of the introduction, a few pages of the intro, and it's disgusting.
Yeah, that's the book that I think I sent you, bro. Man, I couldn't
No,
even
I sent you that.
Oh no, well, which one did I send you? Was talking about branding their foreheads and breast and oh my god, that
You
book.
didn't send me that one.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
Hey, y'all know what?
These things weren't universal. There was no European control mechanism that controlled how all white people thought. I have
No, we ain't saying that.
Wait a minute, real quick. I have notes from slave ship captains which spoke of the people on their ship as actually being human beings with souls. So these things, it wasn't just this
we're not saying
across the board type shit. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't across the board. That's what I'm saying. Look, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it wasn't an absolute.
Of course,
that's
we're
what
saying
I'm
that.
saying.
We're not saying
and we
that.
agree with that.
We agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be contentious. I'm trying to add to the conversation.
Oh, definitely.
Can I give
at
a
the
little
height of
pushback?
slavery, at the height of slavery, you had Europeans and white people that disagreed with slavery.
Yeah,
so anywhere you're gonna find resistance to oppression, even within a society that's actually executing that oppression. So
is anybody on the panel familiar with Herodotus and the Black Body?
No, hold on. Let our due diligence get a word out, say, but then you go next.
So I wanted to give a small pushback, and I agree that it's not like, like, of course you're going to have people that go against it. You know what I mean? Everything. You know what I mean? But whenever you look at who's in power and the people are in power, it's absolutely an agenda. And I'll give an example. The doctrine of discovery. Whenever they came over here to America and they seen that people was already living over here, they went to the Pope. The Pope said, if they ain't Christians, you can do whatever you want to them. You can make them slaves. If they don't want to convert, you can cut their head off. So this is coming from the church. But we want to look at it as if God sent down his ideology or whatever. But I do see an agreement among certain groups of people that are, riding with this doctrine and trying to make it something from God. Politics. I keep going back to politics. I want to keep reiterating that, but so I just have to give a little pushback, and that's where I stand with it.
Again, we have to recognize that the English were not under any control of the Pope. Neither were the Dutch. You know, it was some uniform way, European way. What you just said is absolutely true, but that's coming from the Catholic Church. You know, that's not coming from the Netherlands. That's not coming from the English. The English didn't have slavery on their books in the 1600s at all. You know, these things developed over time. It's not some somebody just do a full swap over it and this is how it is. These things develop. And we need to recognize the nuance to understand how these things develop and not just write it off and say, well, yeah, they thought we were subhuman. Because initially that wasn't necessarily the case. Even with the Catholic, that wasn't necessarily the case. The whole thing with even Christopher Columbus was you could turn these people into Christians. You know, they were actually, see, we look at the world as if the Europeans always had all this control. Whereas in real life, the reason that they went west to begin with was because the Turks controlled the Levant. The Turks controlled the Sinai Peninsula. That's why they went west to begin with, to try to avoid the taxation of the Turks. You know, there was already a thriving slave market in the Aegean Sea regions. You know, what people like to say the Slavs and all that shit. It was already a thriving slave market there, but it was taxed, it was controlled by another power.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we got to
looking at.
understand these things. There's
I'm
a
just
lot
looking
more
at.
nuance
Did
to
you
it.
say the
Yeah,
English didn't have slavery in the 17th century?
No, I said that the English did not have slavery on their books in the 1600s. They did not.
What do you mean?
They didn't
not
have anything in their legal referendums, in their legal codes for slavery. It did that developed as well. They didn't.
But you have to agree that
you
it
know the
maybe
legal
was
status.
in their
Hold on. You know the legal status.
come
You know
from
the legal
religion.
status of slavery in the English colonies that began to be codified in the 1600s, though.
In Virginia, yes, exactly. Big up Virginia.
Yeah,
Yes,
wait.
I'm well
The
aware
funny
of it.
thing is, because I was about to say in Virginia, you from
Yeah, I
Virginia.
know. Yeah,
That's
I
the
mean,
17th century. That's the
yeah,
No,
that's
17th
17th
that's the
century.
century.
1600s.
It's the 17th century, but it's the
Yeah,
1600s. But it's the
it say
late
Yeah, it's the
1600s, but
1600s.
it's actually
it's the
the
17th
17th
yeah.
century.
century.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that
Let
they
a
didn't
man.
have
But
slavery
what
on their
religious
books, and I was sitting there
institution?
like, I
What
know.
Hold on,
religious
hold on,
institution are they
let
under?
AI.
The thing that we're discussing is
They were
Hold on, Kaya,
Anglican
it's
Protestants.
called the history
yeah.
of the
Hold on.
English Reform.
Hold on.
The,
Let our AI get a word in, man. He don't get a chance to pull up often, man. I gotta get it. Let him get it. Let him get
What's
this.
up? What?
It's
But we don't say nothing about that hat thing.
Yeah, hey, I don't know
What's
how
up?
you get that cat to be that big. That dog was
Yeah, you
hell.
got to take off that Chris Harris on your head.
Nah, I'm good. It's sunny out here. It's sunny out here. I need to keep the sun off my face. Relax. I got this.
Yeah,
What's the brother's name? Big up Virginia.
Big up Virginia.
Big up Cujo. You need that sun in your face. We
Cujo.
got vitamin D problem.
Cujo.
I'm good. What's up? No. I think Cujo is trying to expand it a little bit more, like along the lines of what I was saying. You know, like around I guess the 15th century, right? There's other things going on outside of just conquest. You know, of people just because of their skin color. There's trade going on in Southeast Asia, all the spices and all that stuff. That's where a lot of these, I guess the Dutch and the Portuguese and the British, and they have these little colonies and outposts everywhere. So there's trading going. They're doing active genocide for people to get access to the land and things like that. So everything is not through the church. It's not, manifest destiny across the board. So there's other things relative during those time periods that has to do with finance, government, military, and they're all fighting each other at the same time, or they're all in competition with each other as far as trade goes, like that. So by the time they get to some of these places and they're exploring and colonizing, I can see them getting to the point where you don't need anything from the Pope if that's not someone who's in your country, such as Britain or something like that, who's not a main source of your income. I think he just slow down. I'm just saying there's other things relative at the same time. So that's why I wanted Sabio to speak to some things. Now Cujo is speaking to some of those
Okay.
things too, because
All right. Can I say
hold
something?
on, one last part. The one last thing is because if we keep going to the religious side, we're going to end up on this moral, quote unquote, dilemma that a lot of times
No,
it's not a moral
no,
dilemma.
religion is just
They
one
know
of the.
they know exactly what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Yeah,
And a
This
piece
religion
of
is
isn't
just
paper,
one.
this isn't
Religion is
even a
one of the
religious
but
main.
conversation.
Yeah, religion is just one of the
This is
main
a
things.
this is a
Religion,
historical
money,
conversation
control,
based
power.
off
Like
of philosophy. This is a philosophically historical conversation. That's it. If no one's I did not once mention Christianity. I haven't once mentioned any religion. So I don't know what people talking about. I'm speaking on the Greeks and their thought processes.
Can I say something now?
And what? Hold on. I want that to sink in.
let me get my brother Corey in the building, man.
So I need everybody to understand this. I have not once spoken on religion.
Yeah, I'm not accusing you.
I'm just speaking on
no,
the processes that led up to the dehumanization of Africans.
Yeah.
Now,
That's it.
I was speaking to the original slide you were showing, where it came from Aristotle and through, I think, Albertus Maximus, about the need morally to enslave people. Right? That's where I was saying, and I was
I
saying
think
to
I
get
showed
to
that in
that
the beginning.
point. Yeah. Well, Sabio, I said, could speak more to some hurdles you have to jump over from the religious aspect before you get to, okay, we need to do this to justify something. Like there's other classifications how you classify people and do things. And then like Cujo was saying, another expansion is sometimes you need a military to do this. You need financing to do this. You need government. You need structures to conquer people and take over. You just can't say, okay, in the name of God, we're going to do this. If you can't get there and you can't suppress these things, there's other things relative. That's what I'm saying.
Can I say something now,
Right,
please?
and we understand that all that was pushed under the ideology of one Godism eventually. So the idea of this one nation, we're one people, and God gave us the right. That became a codified ideology for these people.
Let me just say this too. When we talk about oppression, we talk about people who have the power to oppress. Those that don't have the power to oppress other people aren't a part of the conversation. So anybody that don't have the means to oppress anybody, that automatically null and void. You know what I mean? It's like we're talking about people who have control, people who want to take something from other people, have the ability to take it and need a reason to take it. That's kind of what we're talking about. Let me get Corey in the building, man. Digging the scene, Gangster Lane, man. What's up, Corey?
Hey, peace to you, Sosa. Now I'm probably way back because y'all started the show and then I kind of rewinded it because I wanted to hear it from the beginning. But yeah, so I'm probably way behind. But somebody came on and I don't know because I'm just listening. I'm at work. They said that they brought up the teleological argument, right? And I really appreciated that how he brought that in because I think I don't think he was all the way clear on the argument, right? But he do got a good grasp of it. Because he said they needed a way to justify. They needed something to justify kind of what they were doing. And in the teleological argument, it's got to do. It's about God's nature. When from a religious aspect. Now the teleological argument is it goes to philosophy and kind of religion together, right? And it's about God's nature. And what it's saying is God, because you have the problem of evil. Why does God let babies die and all the problem of evil shit, right? And what it's talking about is how God can only act in accordance to God's nature. And what he brought up, how my man brought that into this conversation. He said that Aristotle had that same kind of line of thinking where one has to act only in accordance to their nature. So if your nature is slavery, that's what you're supposed to do. You know, that's the justification. Like, you're supposed to live out your nature.
Right. Natural
and
slaves,
by bringing these slaves in, or bringing these people into slavery, right, we're actually doing God's work, or the work of, we're actually helping nature along. We're doing them a favor. It's basically how that goes, and they later on would use that to further, you know, once they found the Americas, they really needed to push slavery. That was a kind of a catapult into the, you know, the real demagoguery. And I wanted to bring that word to you too. So I think you talked about the dehumanization. When you do it on that nation level like that, it's more of a demagoguery type thing. I think demagoguery is a better word for that, you know. But that's all I wanted to add, brother. I really appreciate this conversation. Y'all keep it going, man. Peace to y'all, man. Peace.
Yeah. Shout out to Brad.
Yo, I want to share my screen. I want to show these words, because I think y'all mentioned these words the other day. SOSA, milagros. I think y'all was talking about these words, and this is in Herodotus' discussion on black body.
I don't know about milagros though.
So let's see. Right here you have.
I ain't seen milagros since last year.
Herodotus' ethnography on ancient Egypt is a subject of frequent debate. Among the most controversial aspects of Herodotus' ethnography is its description of the Egyptian body, 2.104, arguing for an ancestral connection between the Egyptians and the Colchians. Herodotus points to their common physical characteristics, malakros and olithres, as one reason. The meaning of malakros, conventionally translated as black-skinned or dark-skinned, immediately brings attention to the debate surrounding ancient Egyptian racial identity. Were they black? Consequently, discussions often focus on the debate before analyzing Herodotus. I'm gonna let you read it because it's actually very interesting. I've read it.
Yeah, but you already know, you not touched, you not said the magic word.
Nah, because it's
black Egypt.
Yo, this is a critical. This is something that helps.
I promise you, a friendship will be lost.
SOSA, the only reason I read this
is friendship will be lost right now. Like
I am, but I'm telling you, the only reason I read this is to help me get a better understanding of how they looked at skin color and races. That's it.
Every time we bring up Black Egypt, man,
it wasn't about Egypt.
It wasn't
about Egypt. I didn't even know this was about Egypt.
See, the American Dream popped up. What's the topic?
Are you listening?
Can I do my input now? I was waiting.
I heard you say it. I heard you say it. I know, but it's just in there, bro. All it needs is a little piece, bro. That's all it needs.
Okay. All right. Can I put my input in now, please? SOSA, I heard many people in here undermining. Hello? Undermining the impact of the church on racism. In the Middle Ages, coming out of the Middle Ages, the most powerful entity in Europe was the church. The church could manifest countries to go on the Great Crusade to capture Jerusalem. Those soldiers mainly came from France, but they came from all over Christendom. That was what Christians were called in the Middle Ages. While the church could deem somebody a heretic, and it resulted in them falling in them country. So while the Roman Catholic Church didn't have an army per se, it had influence. So many of the dictates that arrived, that came about, was directly as a result of the influence of the church.
I agree.
Right?
But I think that when we look at that from a historical perspective, we look at that particular that church as if it was a major power at the time, and it wasn't. It was not.
It was.
Only in Western Europe. Wait a minute. Only in Western Europe. In Western Europe, that's after the fall of the Roman Empire. It wasn't much. Besides Venice, it wasn't much. No, Rome was still existing. Rome was in Constantinople until 1453. So no, when we learn it from a Western perspective, We learned it like the Holy Roman Empire
Rome
was
was
a
in
real thing.
Constantinople
The
till
Holy Roman
1453.
Empire was, huh?
Yeah,
No, I'm saying
Rome
the
was
capital of
under the
the
Turks.
Roman Empire was Constantinople.
Yes.
A Holy Roman.
Longer, right?
We
We call
agree?
it. Listen, wait a minute. Let me say something. We call it the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, because that's how we are taught. But in reality, no one recognized that shit as Rome around the world. When during the Crusades, the Muslims referred to the people in Constantinople, what we call Byzantine. We call it the Byzantine Empire. They didn't refer to themselves as the Byzantine Empire. They referred to themselves as the Roman Empire. They referred to those people as Romans. But the people that they fought during the Crusades, like my brother just mentioned, they called them Franks because they weren't Roman. But when we learn it as if this Roman Catholic Church, it has so much control. Only in Western Europe, bro. Only in Western Europe. The Eastern Orthodox Church is the Catholic Church. Catholic just means universal. That's what it means. So from the Greek Orthodox perspective, they are the Catholic Church. And from the Vatican's perspective,
Let me
they
finish
are the
speaking
Catholic
because
Church.
you interrupted me. You
I mean, that's
interrupted
an
me.
absolute fact, bro.
Can I speak? Can I speak? Because he interrupted me and I didn't interrupt
I'm
him.
sorry,
But
I
sorry.
didn't interrupt.
But
I'm
I'm
sorry
glad
to
for the
interject. I
knowledge.
apologize. Go ahead, bro.
I'm glad for the knowledge. But although we had the Byzantine, we had a pope in Rome during that time. And that pope in Rome had influence over Portugal, France, Spain, Italy, and England during that time period. And those were the five.
There was no Spain.
Spain was in pieces. It was in pieces.
There was no Spain.
It was in pieces. It was
no, it was Al-Andalus.
It wasn't as Spain as we know it. No, it was in pieces.
Okay, so let's get it straight. And I
right.
Western
But it's the same thing. It's the same land.
It was different. It was different Gulf kingdoms.
Right.
Europe was
different kingdoms.
Argos, Castile.
Can I make a suggestion? I want to make a suggestion. This has been very problematic, and it happened with the B word argument that we've been having for a long time. It's happening with the E word argument or the K word argument. We don't seem to have the ability to compartmentalize things, right? So when we're dealing with English versus the French or the Romans, like we gotta look at the motivation and the agenda of these political parties. And they may be similar, but each of these things have individual separate agendas. Now they may share some things. This is why I said that the Hermetic hypothesis was so problematic, because that was there in the inception. Now a latter political party that comes into that is motivated by greed and finances, and you have independence that was also doing enslavement. They may have had their own agenda, but the key to this thing that opened up that door was definitely based on the Hermetic hypothesis, dealing with the transatlantic slave trade.
Can I disagree with you on that?
No. Somebody, hold on.
I never finished speaking.
Yeah, but we heard it. Somebody.
No. I never finished speaking when other people.
Somebody got something on the screen that can help clarify why are we going through this. Look at the screen.
And that's why I wanted to read it. Conclusion. And this is why I brought what I brought up, but I'm gonna just read this real quick. Herodotus' ethnography has significant implications for the current view on the history of race relations. It is often believed that Western anti-Blackness started with the emergence of the transatlantic slave trade and capitalism. These aforementioned texts, which I did not go through, show that anti-Blackness predates those developments. Thank you, yo. I've been screaming it.
You read it.
Blackness.
I disagree with that author.
Okay, well, you can disagree with him, but just let him finish reading it, bro.
I got more than one.
Sabio, just read it, bro. Don't get
read, Sabio. Just read. Once it drops, it's dropped.
Yeah.
Blackness was not contingent on the emergence of whiteness. It preceded it. Blackness was seen from the normative perspective of the tanned Greek man. Moreover,
Damn,
Herodotus
read that again, please. Read that last part one more
Hmm.
time. That's huge.
Blackness was seen from the normative perspective of the tanned Greek man. Moreover, Herodotus's racist comments demonstrate the antiquity of anti-Black racial prejudice. Snowden.
So whiteness didn't even need to exist for anti-Blackness to exist.
Facts.
Dak.
No, man,
God
no,
damn.
no, no,
That's what
no.
that just
Who
said.
wrote that paper?
That's what it just
Who wrote that
said.
paper? Who wrote
I
that
mean, so
paper?
what it said
bro.
it. So what? That's not
Finish
science, bro.
reading,
That's
Fabio.
that
Big
man's
Who wrote that
interpretation
paper?
of what he
Fabio.
researched. That's
Snowden's
not
before
science.
color
Y'all
prejudice
ain't even let the
is
man finish reading.
dismissible.
Y'all so high.
Evidently, the history of anti-Blackness and Western racial thought has to be re-examined and inevitably rethought.
And that's what we doing today. That's what we doing today, baby.
So,
Yeah, I think that was a poor, very poor thing that you just read. That was terrible.
That was terrible.
Because it's looking at like the way it's taking away Herodotus looked at the world, and you're trying to superimpose the way we look at the world onto the way he looked at the world. That's
he's
that's Western
about
academia at its best.
Herodotus.
Let me say something.
Plato
Because
and
there
Aristotle.
is no pan Greek.
the father of Greek thought.
See, there's no pan Greek.
The father.
No, he's the father of history. There's no pan Greek. See, that's something again we're taught in Western academia. There's no pan Greek. The Greeks were gone by the time the Romans got there. The Greeks were gone. The Romans completely took advantage of that. To the people to this day who live in Greece still refer to themselves as Romani. They still call themselves Roman. That Hellenic shit, that shit come from World War I. It's not irrelevant because what I'm saying is there were no Greeks. They spoke Greek, but there were no Greeks.
Care.
What I'm saying is you're taking Herodotus, you're taking something from the BC era and imposing that on something that happened 1,000 years later.
Because Herodotus, Plato, Aristotle, these great philosophical thinkers in Greek thought are the foundation. They are the foundation of the psychology of the people that come later.
Brother,
this is the foundational thought. This is the whole point of the show.
Brother, what I'm saying is we can look at their individual works and put it together like that. But to assume
it's not just about the individual work, because what I read earlier, you got to understand, like it falls into these particular time periods that they start going back and revisiting ancient Greek thought.
Right.
So
that's
they go back and
done
they start
after the fact.
My God, bro, like just let me finish it out, bro. And I'm just saying that this is in the 1200s. This is during the medieval period now. They started reaching back and reading these old ideas, Plato, Aristotle, Herodotus, and this concept of natural slaves that they're talking about start to become a part of that zeitgeist of that day, bro. So that's what he's hinting on. He's talking about
I get it, brother.
Anti-Black views that were shared back then, bro. And the ideas of natural slave, the ideas of environmental mental capacities of these.
I get it, but I think we're kind of overdoing it because that was something that, again. Wait a minute, can I talk? Can I talk? Can I talk? I shut up and let you finish. What I'm saying is that's something that was done more than 1,000 years afterwards. They did take the works and they did use the works. But what I'm saying is there's not some continuum. It's a false continuum. It's ridiculous. It doesn't exist. There's no continuum.
No,
you have Black people all throughout Europe.
No, it's not.
You have Black people all throughout.
Let me say this.
You would lose. There's no debate. I would debate you on that. You don't know what you're talking about. No, I can prove myself right now.
I can debate you and show you that it's not a
You
false
could not.
continuum.
You would make a fool of yourself.
You will make a fool of yourself because you're only talking
good?
about what you know from the 1500s. You have to go further
Bruh,
back.
dude, I'm a historian in real life, bro. You'll recognize.
You have
It's
to
okay.
go beyond the 1500s to find the origins of anti-Black racism. You're not only going to find it in the 1500s, 1600s. You can't start there.
All right, Savior, pause for a second.
All right, I have a source from the 8th century, right? And it don't come from Greek or Southern Europeans. It comes from Iraq.
Yeah.
Yep. It comes from Iraq, right? We got Al-Jahiz, right? Wrote in the 8th century a treatise, right?
Fraud
In
ass.
Arabic called The Glory of the Blacks Over the Whites, right? And in this treaty, he's talking about how Arabs, which they considered the whites, had tried to dominate and have supremacy over the blacks. And in that he talked about how they tried to talk about that they wasn't smart enough and all of the negative connotations that we think of race today, the Arabs was putting on who they considered black people. And Al-Jahiz was an Afro-Arab. You dig what I'm saying? So right there shows that these people, even in the 8th century in another part of the world, forget Greece, was already dealing with early race relations. And the hierarchy was already set that the blacks was on bottom of the whites for what's the word? Inherited reasons. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. Mainly their phenotype. So if it existed there, you know what I mean, in the 8th century, then these people wasn't influenced by the Greeks, was they? They came up with a form of racism, and it played out in later Islamic history. So
why do you think they weren't influenced by the Greeks?
What?
Why do you think they weren't influenced by the Greeks? Why do you think
because it don't have no Greek, it doesn't go back to the Greeks at all. And
why do you think that?
In Al-Jahiz,
I mean, because okay, in Al-Jahiz, you know, that's like the 900s, 876 or some shit. You know what I'm saying? You're saying they had no connection with the Greeks. They had
they definitely did.
But see, what they did, wait a minute, let me say this. Wait,
but how can you acknowledge?
Can I finish, dog? Please. I'm not saying they got it from the Greeks, because I'm saying the Greeks didn't exist as a people at that time. They didn't. These people were Romans. If you want to say that Islam wasn't influenced by Christianity, that's crazy as shit. If you're saying, if you want to tell me,
okay, but brother, how could you acknowledge these people were influenced, but you saying the Greeks? How are you saying the
because
Greeks
that was a few hundred years later. I'm not saying, no, brother. I'm not saying that it was. I'm saying that it was no continuum. I'm saying that people 1,000 years later in Europe did take these things and use them to justify.
I give you that.
I'm saying it's not a continuum thing. When you're talking about Al-Jahiz, you need to mention that Al-Jahiz was a black person. You know what I'm saying? And he wrote that black people were actually better than the Arabs.
There's no continuum. Great, I'll give you that. Does that mean that without a continuum there can't be an influence?
I didn't say there couldn't be an influence. I'm saying that it was used retroactively. I'm saying that it was used retroactively. The idea is that like black people are always looked down upon in the ancients, and that's not necessarily the case. And anything after the Roman period isn't ancient.
I don't even like. I sometimes accuse you, man. I like you be arguing points that nobody.
That no one's made.
You're playing a lot of things.
I mean, you just
you're playing a lot of things.
Get to argue.
No, like nobody.
No, because I see where the argument is going, and
we can look at
brother. The argument is simply there is
argument, bro.
There's an influence. You're going into continuum.
It wasn't a direct influence.
That wasn't the point. The point is we have influence pre-colonialism of where the psychology comes from.
That's it.
That's all we're showing.
Are we to assume?
No one's talking about no one.
Are we to assume?
Was always looked at
are we to assume?
No one said that but you. No one said that but you. All we have been doing, and all I have been trying to tell people for the why don't you shut up?
No, I haven't.
I've been doing for the last few years is asking people to read the literature and read the ancient literature so they can see where these anti-black ideas originate from, because they did not just pop up in the 13th, 14th, 15th centuries. I've been saying this for the very longest.
Yeah, that's all we're doing, bro. We're just showing other
and if you don't want to read the shit, you can't say we're wrong because you don't want
to. But see, don't say what I don't want to do, because I have read it, and that's how come I have an argument against it.
I can show
we're
you.
Not saying that. We're not saying it's a
no. I mean, but I can't fucking talk. I can't even. I can't even
from the cave of treasure.
Let them get it out, man. Let them get it out.
Black people.
It
Africans
always
in a
gonna turn into
negative
like
light. I got all
turn into
types
you
of
like you're arguing with
information.
everybody, bro. Go ahead and make your point, man. Let's just move forward.
Yeah, I certainly do, because I believe
Exactly.
that we don't have a fundamental grasp on history. I think we
Right.
look at it and we just paint these broad strokes over it. I really do. So yes, I am going to seem contentious because because I actually studied this shit. I am aware of the Zans rebellion. I'm aware of the Zans, but I think an important point about the Al Jahiz thing, it needs to be brought to the surface that he said that the blacks were better than the fucking Arabs. Really more so the Farsi than the Arabs, because these people were Persian in that area. He said that. He was a black person. You can say he's Arabicized all you want, but to be Arabicized is like to say you're fucking Hispanic. That's not saying much.
Take some of the cursing
But
out.
no, all I'm
cursing
saying is,
take some of the cursing out of it, right? But
okay, no problem. I don't have to curse.
part of the
I
conversation
apologize.
the lady's talking about, and I'm gonna play it in a second, and she's gonna talk
Yeah,
about.
but what that lady said earlier, what that
pulling-
lady said, the one that you played, the thing that where I believe she's wrong
Y'all
is
gotta be.
she
Y'all need to
pointed,
be scholars yourself, bro. Like, for real.
bruh, if you only knew.
Y'all need to get work written down, bro.
I do have work. I can send you my rhymes. I can send you my rhymes. That's like, I don't want to debate with Sabio. I can send you what I write, and you can debate against that, because it wouldn't be fair any other way.
Good God, man. But the point I'm making, I'm gonna speak on. I'm gonna play what she said about that too, because she talks about within those groups, the oppressed. Not only do the oppressed consider that the people that are oppressing monsters, well, the same type of ideology popped up for the people that's getting oppressed. Yeah, you're monsters. You know what I'm saying? So of course, you're better than me, and the people oppressed think I'm better than you because you're monsters. So yeah, the shit goes back and forth. I'm gonna play her. Let me find a little part that we stopped at. All right, we're getting a little too wild. And we'll just build off. We'll build off with what she's talking about. See in a second.
To the ancient world, where most of the cultures there have slaves, they need justification, because even if you don't have Christianity or Enlightenment or whatever it is among the elites saying that slavery or atrocities are not okay, you do have the resistance of the people who are being enslaved and being exploited, right? They're not just going to sit there and take it. Most people don't. So there are different ways of explaining, well, why is it that, and I usually focus on, say, shepherds are an easy, obvious group for me, because I've been working on that. Why is it that shepherds have to stay in a particular lifestyle, in the Roman Empire especially, when you've created mass enslavement of populations like the Carthaginians, Sicilians, etc. You conquered their territory, you enslaved the population, and given that the territory is best for shepherding or whatever, then you do that. But you have to justify it. So you come up with other kinds of justifications. And in antiquity, one of the modes of justification that actually appealed to the vast majority of people were this monster stories, right? Like most people can, like Aristotle, over their head, right? Like any kind of the airs, waters, and places justifications that are pseudoscientific at the time, over everybody's head. But tell them about the Cyclops, or tell them about Scylla and Charybdis, or whatever, they can understand that, right? And it goes subliminally through the language, through metaphors and through comparisons that are constantly being made. You get the idea that this group of people are deep inside, they're monsters. And so whatever happens to them that seems atrocious is okay, because monster slaying, most of the narratives that we love to listen to, Hercules slaying the Hydra and whatever, all of that stuff is very entertaining, but it also goes into our psyche and makes us okay with monster slaying. Because, if you're a kid and you had a dream of a monster, you want somebody to kill it, it's okay. So they use something that's very psychically satisfying. The idea of whatever is terrifying to you is monstrified. So seeing that scary monster being killed in an atrocious way, it's okay. So that's a lot of what goes on in the making of race. One of the things that I think is a better way to approach race is to, instead of worrying about what the categories are going to be, like, is it going to be people with black skin, curly hair, or green eyes, whatever, like those kinds of categories are actually a diversion from the reality. What's putting people into racial categories is the violence that they're experiencing, right? It's the atrocities that are being committed against them, and then people being okay with the atrocities being committed against them. And so both sides eventually racialize each other, right? The folks who are being oppressed eventually start to see their oppressors as monsters, and vice versa. Those who are doing the oppressing see the ones they're oppressing as monsters, and they of course don't see themselves as oppressors. And so yeah, you get this constant cycle of war especially, where war is ultimately I think the creator of race, where you need to have a reason why it's okay to go in. And like right now we have a whole situation right in Israel with the why is it okay for Hamas to go in and just wipe out or abduct people or do all this stuff, right? Because they've already got it in their heads that Jews, especially Israeli Jews, are monsters, right? And vice versa, the Israelis also have that view of Palestinian Hamas. They see all Palestinians as Hamas, and they also have the same thing. So you have this sort of outrageous war that involves dehumanization of people on both sides, because
right. So I think that's paramount, and that speaks to the right. That speaks to what the Al Jaheed aspect of it, right? Because people that are being oppressed are going to demonize their oppressors. You know what I'm saying? And it also speaks to the religious side of the argument, both people, whether you're Muslim or Christian. I think the Hamas piece was
They'll harm you by themselves. It's how you take it in. That's
yeah, but I think the Hamas piece was pretty dope too. Sam, you got your hand raised, bro? Go ahead. I don't know if you got your hand raised or stay raised, Sam, or you just raise it up, bro. Sabia? Anyway, Stupid.
I got something to say.
Go ahead, do diligence.
I think the brother would be more hard pressed to say that it didn't happen, that it wasn't a direct connection or influence, than we would to connect it, because it seems as if all the evidence is on our side and we can, make those connections. I'm wondering how he will prove the negative, that it didn't occur. How can you say there was no influence? How can you say that there is no connection whenever
I never said there was no influence. I said there was no direct connection. Yes, there definitely was an
I
influence, but I'm
said,
saying
do
there
you
was no
mind if let
direct
me
connection.
finish? Because you keep over
I mean,
talking
I was
everybody.
quiet the whole
Hold
time.
on.
How the fuck was I over talking some goddamn bad? I've been quiet
Cujo,
for
man,
fucking
come
5
on with the
minutes.
language, bro.
Now
It's a
stop with
show.
me over talking people though.
Cujo, it's a show, bro. You can't cuss like that, you're gonna mess up the
Bruh,
chat.
I was not over talking. I was quiet
It
forever.
doesn't matter. Just chill out with the cussing, bro. That's all I'm saying with the cussing, bro.
I won't curse again, but don't say I'm over talking people when
Man,
I'm being quiet.
Yes.
I'm being quiet
I
as
mean,
ever.
you actually overtalked me whenever I was just talking. I mean, you butted in. I was not finished, but if you allow me to finish, I'm just saying. So if you don't mind, just present some of the things that you will present to make your argument so we can get an idea, not just talking.
Go ahead, Cujo.
I'm saying that it's very easy for us to look at it now and put all those things together. But I'm saying these things didn't develop over a mere century. These things developed over hundreds and at times even 1,000 years. These things developed. To conflate all of them, to assume that all of these things are connected just because you see disparate things that happen in disparate places, places without connections that you can't explain. I can explain those connections, but most people can't explain those connections. Because of that reason, we have to keep in mind that there's no direct connection. We could say there's a direct connection with the caste system in India if you want to muddle the argument even more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We could say that's where the Arabs got it from, to muddle the argument even more. You see what I'm saying?
Did anybody make the argument for the direct connection?
No, I said that it can be done, brother. And again, see, if I were to do that, then I'd be talking over someone. I'd be talking over someone though. See, but that's the difference, brother.
It's my show.
I mean, but still, regardless, bro, it's your show. But you asked me to. Okay, I'll shut up again.
I'm asking a question, bro. Has anybody making a claim that there's just direct connection?
I am. I
Yes,
would make
that's
that
what I
statement.
hear.
We're talking about.
That's
I'm
what I
talking
hear.
for me. I talked about.
That's what I hear.
Like the can't. If I bring up Aristotle in the
Mhm.
5th century BC and go from the
Mhm.
5th century BC to the Middle Ages, how can
Mhm.
that be direct?
And that's what I'm saying. There's no direction.
So my
There's not.
argument.
It's
So
not
then my
direct. That's what I'm
argument.
saying.
So then I'm not making an argument of directness. I'm talking about where that we can see these ideas formulate, right? And
So
about it in Iraq.
Yeah, but these
Different.
ideas formulated in isolation. They didn't formulate on some world scale. And I'm saying
So
when we're
this
trying
is
to
what I'll say.
understand it,
which is
we need to
obvious.
understand
Which is
that
obvious.
part.
That's why I spoke about the people that
It's not obvious.
reading
It's not,
back.
brother.
So
It's not
let
obvious.
me say this. So
It's not. It's
whenever
not
making
obvious because we say
direct,
Got it,
Greeks
bro.
and shit, and
Got it, bro.
they weren't Greeks. We say that all the time.
so
We
this
like
is
the Greeks, the Greeks, the Greeks. They
I
weren't. They
said
weren't.
them reading the Greeks, bro. Them reading. Were they Greeks when they
No,
wrote
I'm not talking about you, brother. I'm not trying. Look, I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm not. I'm trying. I want us to understand the information. It's not about me. I
so
ain't shit. I'm
let me
not
give
anything.
a
Excuse me.
general way to where ideas connect, right? Because like ideas can get passed. So the only thing we will have to show is philo, the, the philosophical
Philosophical.
ideology. The only thing that we would have to show is the philosophical
Philosophical.
ideology passing from nation to nation and how they're
That's it.
using it
That's right
principally
there.
the same way. That is a direct connection. Ideology. That's a direct connection. If people are using the same ideology,
That's
and
not a
and
direct
there's
connection.
hold on, if people can use the same ideology, and we saying here's where it began, and then okay, and then we can see where it moved next, and it's the people next to them, and then the people next to them, and then the people next to them. That is correct, direct connection through ideology and through cultural assimilation, if you want to call it that. But all we really have to do is connect the philosophy and show the similarities.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I would just call that influence. Like direct without, we would be direct would be like hand in hand transfer. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
the
I mean,
Persians
come
didn't
on.
have
I agree with
What
what you're
we've been
saying though, but
saying, what we've been
during the
saying,
time.
brother, is influence. That's all we've been
Yeah,
saying. And
during the time.
prove they're reading their work,
Yeah.
they're reading and interpreting their
Right.
literature, then
Right.
what is the issue? We can prove
Right.
they're
No,
using
no.
their work.
Right. I get that. But what I'm saying is we're in danger of conflating it as if it's always been a thing when that was not the case.
It's been a
It
thing
has
for
not
a
always been.
very long
It's been a
time.
thing for
That's the
about
point.
600 years.
The point is, it's been
It's
a
been a
thing
thing for about
prior
600
to
years in the West.
colonialism, and we have people online trying to act as if racism only comes with colonialism. The point of the
Yeah,
show
I mean, because
is we have proof of it.
Well, okay, go ahead, brother.
The point of the show is we see proof of it being influential for thousands of years ago, long before colonialism. That's the point.
Okay, we see it being individual in small pockets, and we take those small pockets and we read about those small pockets and we superimpose them on the way we look at it now. What I'm saying is the concept of race is less than 400 years old. The very concept of race is less than 400 years old.
I agree. The social construct
The very
of
concept
is fairly new. However, the properties and the methodology that is inserted into creating race predates colonialism. That's the point of the show.
And these small pockets that you're talking about, these small pockets are the major contributors to the racial ideology. So it's not like this is just not like the shit just happened in goddamn Tanzania or happened in Hawaii. These are the people of the Crusades. These are the Muslims and the people that would actually bring forth these rough ideas were the ones that we're fighting against. These are the
global powers. Yeah, the powers.
Yeah, like the way Charles Martel described the Moors in 1732 when he was like these black devil and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's not always from the point of the oppressed and the oppressor, because the French were being oppressed in that area at Tours. You know what I'm saying? They felt as though they were being oppressed and they called these people black devils. I don't want to get into the argument about the way the Moors looked, but that's how Charles Martel described them in 1732.
That
That's
whole
an absolute
religious
fact.
connotation of black devils Has nothing
No,
to do with
no.
the conversation.
He described him as black. The French at that particular
It
point
has
would have been
nothing
very
to
familiar
do
of what an
because that
African
was
was.
based off of them being Moors and the others not being Moors, and they're
No, it
fighting
was
a
based
religious
on they
battle.
called them Moors. There was no group of people that called
Okay,
themselves
okay.
Moors at all.
I don't care about
But I
the
mean,
religion.
I can't finish though.
You're muddying the water too much.
No, it's
because
muddle the water, not muddy the
You're
water.
muddying.
Water is
No,
mud
you're
muddled with
muddying
dirt.
the water.
Muddle.
Yo, this is crazy. We can't even have like what.
We always
No, I mean, why can't I say what I say?
You
When I'm
very
saying
good.
somebody,
But
I shut up again. Go
you've
ahead,
been
dude.
talking
I shut up. I
about
just listen.
That's what
I listen and learn because
I
y'all,
think we are.
Sabio's a teacher.
I think we are intelligent enough if a person mispronounces a word to understand what is.
That wasn't a mispronunciation. I just hate when people say it. I was an English teacher, so I hate when people say muddy the waters. It's muddle the water. It's not
can
muddy. I
still
hate that.
understand what he was.
No, but I don't
convey,
like
because
it.
I
So
say
I'm a
muddy
teacher.
the
It's just
water.
in my
I say
shit,
muddy
dog.
the
My
waters
bad.
too, bro. Like
And you said incorrectly.
That's fine. That's fine. Everybody knows that's fine. Muddy the waters. I say that every damn day, damn near.
Yeah, it's muddled though. Say it correctly.
I say muddy up.
Oh, the point is, you're supposed to let him finish his point either way.
I was the one talking though. I wasn't the one allowed to finish.
You interrupted him to correct him about.
No, I would.
muddy
No, he
water.
interrupted me. I was talking. Okay.
What?
All right, bro.
I
was
maybe
talking.
I'm tripping.
I was interrupted.
Maybe
I was
I'm
interrupted.
tripping.
I was. You are.
I
It happens though. You are.
You have muddied the water so much to where the conversation isn't about what it was initially about. Racism prior to colonialism, because you're trying to force something down into the conversation that we already acknowledge. We already know about the racism that exists during colonialism. We're talking about the shit that led up to the racism. We're trying to get this part of the conversation brought out. It's like you don't want to acknowledge that for some reason.
Yeah, we're just talking about the properties of it. That's why.
No, see, I do.
You can
I
disagree.
absolutely acknowledge your argument. I absolutely acknowledge your argument. However, I disagree with it. I mean, why is that not possible? I mean, like, why is that not possible?
I need disagreement.
There was an anti-black element. There was an anti-black element even amongst the Romans.
I just showed a source, and I can go get another source.
So that's not a source. That's just someone's interpretation of history.
I can go get
not
another
a source. I don't care how they
that
interpret
talks
it.
about race and racism. That's studied.
That's not a source. This is not science, bro. Y'all misuse that term so much.
It doesn't have to be scientific.
A source in history. No, a source in history
cannot be a teacher. At this point, if you said I cannot use
a source in history does not have to be a scientific source in history.
Hell?
No, I'm saying, but it's still what you're doing. You're still interpreting the
I'm not
information.
Interpreting anything.
You are, or the writer who you quoting from. Fuck who
I read.
Damn, my bad.
What was
Forget
said.
them.
I didn't interpret.
So I don't care what they said. I have a different interpretation of it.
And I don't care what you say at this time.
Exactly.
Because your opinion don't mean shit until you go
Why not?
Scholars to back.
Can you stop cursing, Sabio?
We accept the people that's in the field.
Shut up.
Why not? We're gonna take them.
Why? Oh no, I can show you. I can show things to support what I say. Don't tell me to shut up.
I agree with you. Hey, Cujo, I agree with you.
Don't tell me to shut up, dude.
I ain't said shut up.
Don't talk to me like that, Sean.
I didn't say.
Don't talk to me like that, dog. Man, come on, dog. I don't disrespect nobody. I don't disrespect anyone.
Chill out. Cujo, tell you what. Can you fight with
I agree with you, Cujo. I agree with you 100%, bro. Sabio been trying to do this for 3 years. Yeah, he
Can you fight with sources?
Oh man,
that's easy, bro. That's easy.
I mean, what type of source do you want? You want a source to tell me to say that?
I provided 3 different sources.
Well, anyone.
You just now. I'm trying to get it out. I provided. I provided 3 different sources by 3 different PhDs, bro. Y'all get me some of y'all's, bro. Like I'm like just fight me with sources like I'm doing.
Yeah, that's
I'm
like
playing a PhD. I'm using the classical work. I'm using the work of Benjamin Isaac. I use the Invention of Racism. That's particular Benjamin Isaac.
Yeah. I seen that book get so happy.
Was Ivan von Zertima a PhD?
Herodotus is
Was
ethnography.
Ivan von Sertima a PhD?
I also
I'm gonna
use
let
another
Andre
Was
finish.
Yeah.
Ivan
I
von
also use
Sertima a
another
PhD?
PhD.
Hold on for a minute.
I
Hold on for a
disagree
minute.
with him as well.
Hold on for hey, so what's your
I
argument? Let me
disagree with
get it
him as
clear
well.
from you. Hold on for a minute. Give me clear what you think you're saying. Let me hear it. Go ahead.
I
What
said,
is it?
was Ivan
Not
von
you, not
Sertima?
you,
Oh,
not
I'm
you. I know
sorry.
where you at. I'm asking Sosa. You saying what now? I want to hear this clear from
I'm
you.
looking at the origins of the foundation of racism, the seeds of it that we can find as anti-blackness that predates colonialism, and it permeates from Herodotus, from Aristotle and Plato into the Middle Ages. That's why I've been playing and showing so far. And these documents and these ideas
So again,
transplanted into the Middle Ages and then going forward into the modern concept of slavery. And what these PhDs are saying is that racism is only viewed in a modern sense because of the scientific approach we have in terms of science. But when you look backwards, the only thing is there is no science, but the progenitors of science and philosophy, they are making the same type of arguments, but just philosophical, using environmental claims on whole population, the same concept, just without science.
so not just no. I think a point right here of clarity. Are you saying against all populations, right? You're not just saying against Africa. You're just saying
No, against
generally just prejudice against people in general, right?
No, against different populations, whether it be Asians, it might be Asians, it would be Africans, it's different sects. Sometimes it depends on who the people are. It could be Irish.
So why are you using
Hold on for
Aristotle,
a
who
minute,
never
Cujo.
mentioned blacks?
Goddamn. Come on, Cujo. You don't argue yet till you got the whole thing. Come on, yo.
I want you to read what I got
I
on
don't
the
think
screen, too, please,
anybody
please.
actually disagrees with the seeds, right? Like nothing just pops up out of nowhere. So I wouldn't be willing to fight that. I think everybody that understands the culmination, where did it culminate at to the point where you fought World War II over it, and you killed 6 million people, and you enslaved 12 million people. So it has to be a gradual effect to get there. I think anybody reads anthropology, anybody that studies, anybody that understands how human behavior works, it's always you could never say that this is the exact place where everybody thought that way. No, nobody had say nope. It's a gradual process. So I'm willing to respect that gradual process, but the scholars all recognize the gradual process. Is what I'm saying. Like that's not a new statement. You're gonna find this one little part, you'll find that little piece here, and this little piece right, and then before you know it, you know what I'm saying, you're in the 1600s, and here we go. So no, I've never seen a scholar disagree with any of that. It's the wide sweeping statements that my man Isaac makes in his book that he runs over the stop signs at times. He has some grains in there that make sense, and then he overruns it.
Well,
That's all I was saying.
In the
He does
critique
run
of
past
Isaac's
some
book,
stop
because I
signs
also read the
where he
critique.
needed, where he
Hold on.
should have slowed down a little bit.
I also read the
agree on
critique
that,
of his book, right? And I'm not just using Isaac.
I know. I'm just dealing with that one. We only can deal with one thing at a time.
Because my argument isn't hinged upon Isaac, because Isaac is dealing with classical antiquity. I'm talking about from the classical antiquity time into the medieval period. That's why I brought up the other PhDs that are addressing it from the medieval period, because what the people are doing during those medieval periods is that they're reading. This is after these the plague and the dark age. They're reading about. They're getting Aristotle now. They're rereading these Greek thoughts. So they're trying to figure out who are the natural slaves. So this type of thinking is now being in play, and they're reaching back in time, and they're pulling back from these ideas. That's the
So
point.
you thinking they trying to figure it out?
Cujo, let me make this point, Cujo, and I'm gonna shut up. So in actuality, like we kind of came to a great understanding that it wasn't the classical people putting those notions on it. It was actually the modern people rereading Greek myths and adding that to it. We actually did a whole thing.
That's all I'm saying.
Over it. You're the
No.
misinterpretation of
Before
it.
the modern people did that, the people during the medieval ages did that. The modern
They
people
still
did that
doing it.
and she spoke about that. That's what I'm saying. If y'all don't know, if y'all must not have watched what I just presented.
No.
I'm talking about what you're talking about is the age of enlightenment. I get that.
No, I wasn't. You cut in, but go ahead. I wasn't saying that.
You're talking about modern people rereading.
I'm talking about the Romans, right? I'm talking about people after the Romans going back and reinterpreting the Greek myths.
Give me a date.
Well, I'm saying after the Greek myths were created, the philosophers that were writing them, anybody not a part of the Greek civilization, reinterpreting their myths. They made a lot of mistakes in that, and they say it's highly they were speculating on it. That's what I'm talking about. And I will
That's
go
it.
get you a date and time. That's
Talking.
all I'm saying, bro.
That's not what I'm talking.
I got
That's
the
not what
dates.
I'm talking about. I specifically talked about the medieval. I'm talking about medieval Europe. I'm talking about the Crusades. When the Christians were fighting the Muslims. That's the
1200s. The 1200s.
Yeah, they're going back and right,
Yeah,
fine, but they're
that's
going
a
back
lot later than Herodotus.
So the people of that day, the scholars of that day, those individuals are, because Christians don't want to enslave Christians, Muslims don't want to enslave Muslims. They want to continue doing these things and killing, but they also want to get to heaven. So they're trying to figure out how can we do this, and so they're going back and they're trying to figure out, and they're looking back and say who are these natural type slaves? How can we enslave people? So they came up with ideas like these. The Muslims are, I forgot the terminology for, but they're heretics. In other words, they're monsters. They can be killed, and they went back into Greek thoughts of slavery. And I just laid it out. I don't want to read.
No, you
laid it out.
Yeah, but you don't got to relay it. But you actually made my point though. You're saying what I'm saying though, right? And how are we saying the same thing and don't know we saying the same thing? I said it's people going back reinterpreting the myths. That's what I said though. I mean, we should be.
You said that these people are going back misinterpreting. These people aren't misinterpreting.
Reinterpreting.
And Plato's
I said reinterpreting it, yo.
Yeah, you said misinterpreting though.
Okay, and missing both. Doing both.
That's two different things.
Okay, so I'm saying both.
Well, no, they wouldn't. Just no, because when you read Aristotle's work, there's nothing to misinterpret. If you read what I
yeah, but Aristotle said
Aristotle and Plato thought that the environmental factors, right? Because they didn't have a skin map. And the lady talked about, even though they didn't have a skin map, they noticed that when in certain areas, people were lighter. And when they get to other areas, people were darker. And they noticed when they started getting a little bit past the area, they started lighting up again. So they started to understand, they knew these things without the scientific method. And they
were not aware of anywhere else south.
And they started applying.
And
they were not aware of anywhere south of where people were darker. That's not true.
I ain't gonna keep doing
no, it's absolutely not true though.
Yeah, that's not true.
It's not true, Sosa.
All right,
it's not true.
Listen,
y'all don't do it.
I just played the PhD that said the damn shit, bro.
I don't give a shit what
y'all
she
need to go get y'all shit together, bro. I'm not arguing.
Shit is already.
No, y'all make the claim. Go get the I just showed you.
I don't care what she said. I ain't gonna say she ain't
you are agreeing on this.
Let me give me that.
One time, man, you didn't even agree on this, Sosa. Ain't that something crazy?
No, I'm still not. I don't agree with you, no, Sosa, on that, because Sosa, only thing Sosa is saying is it, and I'm telling you, man, like it's not even rocket scientists at this point. Like that's how they reach their conclusions. They reach their conclusions based off of everything that y'all say. Nobody
I just made a statement that y'all cut me off before y'all just start.
I didn't cut you off. Hold on, no.
Tell me before we start down this rabbit hole.
No, I said you made a
statement that I say that you disagree with,
bro. Say it again, Sosa. Say it again, Sosa.
I ain't gonna say it again because you already disagreed. I want to know.
No.
What did I say that you disagree with?
You said that they looked down there and they saw that people get lighter after they get darker. They didn't know that land was even there.
That's what I'm saying.
No idea.
Correct.
They had no idea that Africa went that far down. They had no idea. They had. Wait a minute. You asked the question. Let me answer. They had no idea that the coastline existed. No idea whatsoever.
Bro, what is the What? That's not what I said. What I said
is that. You did say that. You said that they got lighter. And then they got darker, and then they got lighter again when they got further away from another area. And what I said was,
that they noticed that peoples in their area were lighter toned, and they noticed as they got closer to the equator, people were a little bit darker. And when
nobody knew what the equator was,
they weren't close to no equator. Yo,
nobody knew no damn equator was.
I'm just talking about.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. You mean just moving that direction?
Matter of fact,
you just saying moving that direction, right?
Hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna replay the video, bro. So I'm gonna replay the videos.
You gotta make
sure. Hey, and PhDs should be questioned, bro. That's why they write dissertations, so they can be questioned on what they say. They don't make it absolute fact.
Not by y'all.
Why not?
Why not? Y'all not.
Why not? Why am I not capable?
Y'all not.
Why not?
Y'all just going off the goddamn dome and driving.
Nah, bro. I'm capable, bro. You don't have to believe it. You will one day.
So basically, you're trying to overthrow the consensus with 3 scholars. And
Nobody's trying to
so
overthrow
what's the okay?
consensus.
So what's the all right? So hold
What's
on.
the
I don't even think
consensus?
I understand yet.
What's
Hold
the
on. I don't even
consensus?
think I understand yet. That racism, as we know it, started with the colonial powers,
Modern
the
racism.
Brits, the French. Okay,
Modern
so that's what.
racism.
Okay, and there was an ancient civilizations didn't practice skin racism like that. That's a consensus. That's what I'm saying.
No,
No
I'm
matter
saying
who you bring.
anti-blackness existed prior to colonial.
Okay, define what you mean about anti-blackness against what? The color black itself, or people that you consider to be
People
dark?
with dark.
They didn't even get to those people. But they never even but they never even got to those people. Cujo just explained it. They didn't know about those lands, the dark areas where you really get dark. They didn't know about that. So what areas you okay? Roman Empire, right? Look at the biblical narrative. Where's Africa?
The Muslims did not know about dark-skinned people, bro.
No. Hold now.
The Muslims aren't
Great
ancient.
point.
The Muslims aren't ancient. They aren't ancient.
Nope. Great point.
I didn't say it.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. Let me answer that, cool Joe. Just listen. Work with me. We got to work. I think, and I thought about this a couple weeks ago. The study for real really starts with the Muslim empire, with the Arabs, because they the ones, right, that started to get that thing cooking like that. Wasn't full blown, right? It wasn't. It was definitely more than the time periods you talked about, and that's a case study right there. And they talk about it, how it's wasn't exactly black, you know, looking at the person's skin color, but there was trappings in that. That's a great study right there. Now I'm with you. Now we can have the 1,000 years of slavery with them. I think that period with them, I think that's a good place to look. I think we need to definitely. I see your scholars, right? I see you, but now let's get some Islamic scholars, and that's going to be real interesting right there. I think the C's is heavy right there. That's my position.
I'm familiar with the Islamic shit, but I'm finna.
The Chat GPT will get you like some familiarity with it.
I've been doing this. I've been doing this little reading for a little.
Okay.
A little second that y'all fighting with. You don't get that. It's common use, so it's a find a video that you can use. No issue for it. It's on purpose, so you can.
All right.
Play it freely.
Figure out who they are. And indeed, you do get scholars or philosophers in the 13th.
And what's the young lady's name?
It's Dr. Jackie Murray. Take a little while. All right, but once loaded. And there's another doctor, Dr. Ann, that had the same work dealing with the Middle Ages, Asian lady.
Dr. Jackie Murray.
Where now the critique of slavery is becoming very strong, especially among the elites who are Christian and they feel that there's a problem. So some elites start worrying about, well, wait a minute, am I going to get into heaven if I have slaves, right? And so you start to get coming up with stories about, well, who are the natural slaves? Aristotle has this theory about natural slaves. Let's see if we can figure out who they are. And indeed, you do get scholars or philosophers in the 1300s, etc., start to theorize who could possibly be the natural slaves. And there's a great article coming out by Hendrik Lawrence of Princeton targeting Albertus Magnus as the guy that actually brings together Aristotle's natural slavery and the idea of what we call sub-Saharan African, that is Africans that live in the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic Capricorn zone. They target that. So Albertus Magnus actually writes a treatise explaining why these are the people that are the natural slaves. And the interesting thing, and it has to do with skin color, because above the equatorial zone that he's looking at, people are somewhat fairer skins, a my color and lighter, right? And then you have people who are very dark. But then if you go further south, you also get people who are lighter skinned, right? And so they notice this, all the various travelers or whatever, they notice that, When in this particular zone, it's all very environmental race theory, right? So in this zone, you're getting people who are lighter. You get here, you all of a sudden they're super dark because that's where the sun's hits most directly, right? And then below that, again, people turn lighter. So this becomes.
You might want to pause that.
What part are y'all fighting against?
I know what the fuck what time period is he talking about?
Yeah, what don't you see?
What do you mean? What time period? At
what point?
I mean, what don't you
what
see?
did she say?
I'm in total concurrence with what she said.
And it's okay.
Hold on.
Right? It's all.
Hold on, let me mute this shit again. Like, what do you mean? What time period you talking about?
Yeah, what is she talking about? She talking about Aristotle?
No, I said that she's talking about, and she said it. She's talking about the 13 and 12, the 12 and 1300s. I just said that. What the shit? I just did a whole.
Oh, okay. I got you. No, I got you.
Yeah.
No.
So what she's
doing
doing?
the 13, 1400s.
What she's doing is she's saying that they took what Aristotle said and applied it to dark skinned people.
Yeah,
that's what she's saying.
Yeah, I thought
that's what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is there's nothing in history that shows some linear progression towards hating black people. I'm saying that they took that
keep using the
and
term.
they
I kept saying that. Nobody's saying that, bro.
But that's what you are saying, brother.
I don't know how many times I gotta explain that to you, bro. That's why.
Look, you cannot have racism without the concept of race. You can have answers. Some people could not like black people. Some people could not like dark-skinned people. Fine. But you cannot have racism as we see racism today without the concept of race. And the concept of race is a hierarchy which places white people at the top, black people at the bottom, and everybody else in between. That's something that we're missing in the conversation because that's what racism is. To say that I'm a Greek and you're a barbarian, that's my ethnic way of looking at the world. I look at myself, I'm from Virginia. I don't give a shit about nobody else. Big up Virginia.
Free. Hold on, no. Freeze right there. You got to let Sosa get back. Go ahead, Sosa.
Idea.
I think we kind of agreeing now.
Racism is the applied. We're talking first of all these prejudices against these physical characteristics and the mental, this type of mental state, this mental inferiority being placed on a group of people's oppression and harm done to these individuals. This is the main concept of racism. She also explained that part in the video, and she's talking about these forms of it comes about in the 12 to 1300s prior to colonialism, and she talks.
I got
that. The only difference is that there's no scientific application to it because science doesn't exist. There's no science yet. The only difference between modern slavery, condition of slavery, is scientific racism. The other religious aspects of it already existed pre-colonialism. The only difference is scientific racism, bro. That's it. And before science, there's philosophy, and there's also showing that there's a philosophical viewpoint of it. And that's
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with the 13 and 1400. Hell, the 1490, Columbus went on this voyage, and they was definitely already enslaving people. The 1390s and that. So Christian, so
the only difference is scientific racism that come about. That's it.
Well, that was a little later. The scientific racism was a little later. That's the shit that codified it.
A little later on. That's it.
Yeah. It kind of
that's after the religious shit didn't work. People started being like,
Now I hear that. Now I hear the dates and time periods. I'm not.
Hey,
Saban, you ain't.
But
you
that's
ain't never
500 years later, That's 500 years later. I mean, we can't gloss over 500 years.
No, you can't gloss
500 years later.
No, you can't. No, I think the point I want to make here is that, first of all, humans are pretty good at visually separating people. And I want to kind of speak to your point, Cool Joe. I want to speak to your point that we could do it with clothes, the way we wear our clothes. We can segregate motherfuckers and treat them differently. We can do it with hairstyle, and we can do it with language, because we know for a fact the Egyptians did just that. They overemphasized the color of the Nubians, right? And they exaggerated their facial features and shit like that. So we know people can actually do that. the Egyptians felt like they were superior to all other men and women on planet Earth or their world, right? And they expressed it in their Egyptianness. But the distinction is they didn't actually do it with skin color. And that's why the conscious community is rabid crazy out their goddamn mind. So if you're saying the Nubians is black, you're out your rabbit ass mind. If you're saying the Egyptians is black, you're out your rabbit ass mind. Because at that point in history, they definitely didn't do it. So now y'all in the time periods of dropping the seeds and how it moved towards that. I get that. And you can't gloss over the 500 years. Not at all. You're right, Cujo. That's important.
I'm not even
I
sure
didn't
what
say
the
you
audience
was. I
is
didn't say
talking
you
about.
was. I didn't say
I'm
you
just
was.
saying that, what she argues too is that, we tend to see race in terms of black and white. Just like Cujo said, yeah, it's a black person, white. She said that, but the content, I want to play that part again. I'll find it. And she's talking about how, it's deeper than just a color. And she said that we can go to Africa and we can look at Africans who look the same, but they don't see themselves as the same.
They look the same to us. They look the same to us. We need to say that, because they don't look the same to each other. Like the Koreans and the Chinese don't look the same.
bro. You know that's
I
not
know,
what
but
I'm
it
saying,
needs to
bro.
be said
You
though,
know that's
because
not
we
what I'm
can't speak
saying,
from it.
bro.
No,
What I'm saying is
brother.
that what I'm
Maybe
saying
I
is that
do. I know you're saying it, but we got to understand we have a listening audience. You understand that they may not see it like you see it because you're more informed than others. But the bottom.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm saying, bro, like what I'm saying is that she was saying, like, I can't do that shit, bro. I'm saying, like, in terms of, like, she said, we can look at Africa, right?
Okay.
In terms of Africa, we can see that these people, there's not that much a difference of the look, not from black to white. It's not that severe. Mm-hmm. But they don't see themselves as the same.
Yeah.
No different than a white person ain't seen the African as the same.
Yeah,
and they're willing to employ the same type of harshness to each other.
Got you.
He's saying that is the underlying root of what racism is.
Yeah. Oh, okay, right. That's why I said, yeah, I got you. Well spoken. I got it. I get what you're saying there, but that's why I said I don't think anybody debates about the seeds and how they gradually move up to that. And you're basically saying that you can take a person's clothes, you can take the fact that we know we're different, right? And you can actually mistreat a person like that. And so you're saying they was doing it in Europe, right? The Romans did it, right? And you're basically saying that by the time it moves to Africa, they started getting the Muslims. That's why we got don't see, if you leave out the Muslims, you're gonna fuck it up. By the time you get to the Muslims, them niggas started to rock with it and start getting outrageous. And then the colonial powers come in and codify the whole thing, systemize it, and then maybe a couple hundred years later, science comes in, and that's the bullshit. Because now
that's the nail in the coffin.
That's the nail in the coffin. That's the nail in the coffin. Yeah. Now we got a whole system.
Can I add to that?
It is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I just wouldn't. So y'all was coming to me when we talk about racism and stuff like that. We tend to argue the physical aspects of it, and I wouldn't mount my argument on appearance. My argument is on the philosophical ideology, and I can make a damn good case for it. How it merged from a progressive antiquity all the way into the present, and I tend to do that. And hopefully, SOSA, you'll let me present it on your show. I'll probably present it on. Well, I am going to present it on Smash's show, but I would appreciate if y'all guys look out for me on that.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. Just let me know what you're trying to do. You need to, let me know what you're trying to do. Like I said, it's just, like I said, I was fascinated by the fact that Aristotle and Plato even had these types of thoughts, bro. You know what I'm saying? Psychology had us versus them, but like, they was doing it based off environment and like astrology. People in the I think she called it, people, Africa would be like Capricorn. And if they said that the Greeks had the ideal weather, if you have like, good weather year round, then I think like it would be something like I'm just saying in general, this could not be correct, but like if you got good weather, you're lazy and rambunctious. You know what I'm saying? They started classifying whole groups of people based on environments. You know what I'm saying? And placing mental characteristics on whole populations of people based on environment. Like I said, I didn't even know they was doing that part of it. You know what I mean? So I thought that part was interesting. Savior, stay with the raise up, bro. You'll never take your hand down, Savior. So I don't know if you just put it up or what, bro. I'm always confused. He said, "It was a have you a jack figure ready for the Black Egypt mess." Okay, nah, we've done a good job. Difference between xenophobic and racism. Xenophobia is country, and racism is based on race. You know what I mean, so the Europeans hatred towards the Irish would be xenophobia, so forth, so on. Yeah, Marcus, y'all can jump on, man. I'm probably hold on, I'm rock within the 3 hours. Y'all doing a depth expertise later on, right? Logic, what's good, brother?
Sure, man. Busy every day. I hit y'all up.
Yeah, I can't keep killing that right now. Kids just be arguing. It's an argument. And you got the buck left up.
Y'all definitely ain't getting nowhere.
I be like, man, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know, a dude had a red rose. You know what I'm saying? You know, actually, roses are like red. It's like, okay, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, God dang. Jesus. Well, still, peace to you, bro. Dude, man, I ain't finna argue no more, bro. I'm gonna wrap this show
And
up.
SOSA, I don't mean you no harm, brother. I mean, I enjoy discourse. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean you no harm, though. Don't take it personal, please.
I'm just saying, like, I
I
know
mean,
that
I get where
don't
you're
look
coming
like
from,
each
but I'm
other,
telling
bro.
you, dude, I do this in real life. I've been doing this shit for like 30 years, bro. I'm really prepared for these type of
I'm saying,
arguments. So I come off arrogant, and I apologize.
you
I don't
cannot
mean to be
be
arrogant.
that angry, but like,
Oh, no, I'm very angry. I should be.
Yeah, but if I'm saying the Africans don't see themselves as the same, like, why would you argue with that? You understand what's being said.
Yeah, but they see us as the same. The outside force sees us as the same.
No, I'm talking
But we're
about
not the same.
I'm saying I was talking about two African tribes in Africa going against each other.
Yeah, that's not a big deal.
I say they don't see themselves as the same, even though they may look similar.
Yeah, it happened all over the world.
Yeah, so why would you disagree with that? Why would you fight me?
I'm not disagreeing with that. They
Yeah,
didn't see themselves.
that's what I said. And he was like,
No,
no.
and I realize that a lot of things I say may not, fit into the consensus, but it's not coming from a place of belligerence or incredulity. It's coming from a place of me studying these things for over 30 years. Now, granted, I don't have the requisite degrees to point out what I've done, da 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 da. I'm working on that because I realize I need to have credentials in order to have some type of relevance in this world we live in. But I'm about my shit, bro. I'm big on this in real life.
And I get it.
I really am.
I'm glad you want to add.
I disagree with scholars all the time, and I've done it on their platform before the internet existed.
But if I'm showing video and I'm providing actual source and you got to come back with actual.
No, I mean, no. See, the thing about a source on something like what you said, what it is they're interpreting something that they seen. I can offer you counter arguments to say that go against it easily. I can offer counter arguments, but it's still just an argument. It's not like it's not science. It's not math. It's not like what I say is right and what you say is wrong.
Yeah, but just do me the same though, bro. Like that ain't fair, bro.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, but okay, easy money. I take that. Easy money. Big up Virginia. Easy money. Go ahead, bro.
What's up, American? We're not talking about reparations, bro. I swear to God, we're not talking about reparations. Go ahead, American. All transgenders, bro. Transportation.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm aware you're not talking about reparations. I'm aware. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Indeed. What's interesting for me with this conversation is the way the way Cujo defined racism. He kind of defined it as, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but he said it's a system with white people at the top. And it seems to be that, in his estimation, he's given it the definition where only white people can be racist. And I think that people who have kind of like a resistance to what you're saying are coming from that mentality. They think that, when they think racism, they associate that with just white people, and it's only about racism. It's only about white folks. But what you're saying in terms of the connection, like for me, it's just natural that racism or the history of racism goes way back into antiquity. And everything that you're saying just makes natural sense. I've always thought of even the ancient Egyptians as what they were doing as being racist in a sense. Because, sometimes when I read on certain articles, they speak about going into the land of the blacks to get slaves and stuff like that. People may argue the interpretation or the translation of land of the blacks, but that's what I know I'm seeing and reading. But just the idea that I've even read where, xenophobia goes back 8,000 years, where they found bones of groups of people who were killed. And they're saying that these people were migrants moving from South Africa, moving up north for whatever reason, because people were always moving.
Yeah, I could believe
people
that.
were always.
I could believe
I'm sorry.
xenophobia goes back. Yeah, I could believe. Yeah, that's not hard to believe that xenophobia.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's,
Can I
and for me,
respond
it's
to him?
easy to, and yeah, if I could just finish, I think it's easy to see the connection between
Hold on, Cujo.
xenophobia and racism. So it just makes natural sense to me that it goes back, like the history of racism goes way back to antiquity. And everything you said about scientific racism being the modern part, it just makes sense to me.
So
Yeah.
did you
Can I
you
say
can't
something?
come on the panel. Hold on, Cujo. You can't come on the panel of people who really read that shit for real and then say we think that can only occur to black people. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's a
Yeah.
ridiculous thing.
And
You do, and it's like you
can I
hold
answer
on.
on, please?
Hold on for a minute, dog. And you almost do it on purpose, yo. Like, come on, dude. This ain't the conscious community niggas just talking off the top of their head. You see how quick man SOSA straightened that out? Got our dates right, our times right. We talked about some, like, ain't nobody just think that is the most ridiculous statement. I think you did that on purpose just now, yo.
What you mean I did it on purpose? I
Yeah,
gave
you
how
said
he
the
I
people are
gave
talking.
how
It was
he
only me
defined
and Cujo.
racism.
No, listen, it was
The way
only
he
me and
defined racism.
Cujo. It was
Was
only
I
me and
wrong
Cujo
about?
talking.
I
So
wasn't
me
even
and
talking
Cujo
about
ain't
you
sitting
though.
there
I wasn't
thinking.
talking about you,
No,
Unc.
I'm making
I
a
wasn't
point.
talking
It was
about you.
Cujo. Listen, it was me and Cujo talking, right? And we're not thinking that's just white people. It's because it started up in Europe with them doing it.
Did you hear how he defined racism? Was I
Yeah, I
wrong
did.
about how he
I
defined
heard it,
racism?
but we can't
No, hold
look at that.
on,
Man, can
Cujo.
I?
Hold on, Cujo. Did you hear how he defined racism?
No, I didn't hear
Was
that.
I
I
wrong?
heard how he talked about the skin aspect of it
Did you
with
hear how he
racial,
defined
was
racism,
proper. No, I didn't hear that. How did you find
His
racism? Go
definition
ahead,
of
tell me.
racism was a
What is the
system with
definition?
white people at the top.
No,
That's
he
what it
said the
is.
color.
He
That's
can
not what he
correct
said.
me if I'm wrong. He
Yeah,
can
he didn't say
correct
that.
me if I'm wrong. Cujo, how did you define racism?
Yeah, he ain't say that. That
Racism,
way.
as we know it right now, is a hierarchical system based on white people being at the top, everybody else in between, and black people at the
Thank
bottom.
you.
That's
Yeah,
what racism
that's a
is.
true statement. That's a true statement, though.
That's an
Cujo.
absolute
Yeah, so
fact.
only white people can be racist. That's like saying
No, I
only
No,
white
didn't
he's
people
not
can be
say
saying
that.
that.
racist.
I'm not
Nah,
saying that.
Okay,
I'm not saying that
why
because
not?
yeah,
black people. Wait a minute, because
That's
black people
crazy.
can take on those ideals as well.
and do the
Black
same
people
thing, yo.
can do the
So
same
black
damn
people can
thing.
be at the top.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, he
black
just
people
wanted to
can be
hear
at the
you
top
say
of the
that.
hierarchy.
We just wanted to
Wait a
hear you
minute,
say
So
that.
brother.
black people
Wait a
can be
minute,
at the
brother.
at the top of
Wait
the
a minute,
hierarchy as
brother.
well.
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. What we do in this pseudo shit that we always talk about all the time, what we do is we merely juxtapose white racism and put black people at the top. That's what we do in real life.
That's what this
Yeah,
whole
they
pseudo
wrong
shit
thing.
is.
Yeah, good point,
That's
Cujo.
exactly what we do.
I mean,
Hey,
So
Cujo,
yes,
hey,
it's
whoa, whoa,
still
whoa,
I
let
don't
me
know.
say
I
this.
don't
Hey,
know
bro.
where.
hold
I
on
don't know
one
We
where
got
second. I
chill
just
out,
want to
chill
I
say
out.
this
don't know
one second.
where
One second.
Cujo
Hey,
got that
look.
My boy,
definition of
chill,
Hold
chill,
on,
racism.
hold
chill.
on, whoa. Let me say that. I just want to say good evening, everybody, man. I appreciate you. Hey, man, big up the socials world, man. Top level conversations every time, man. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm out.
Thank you,
All right.
Sosa.
Doing depth expertise later on, right? I'm probably cut off a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
later.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's get Marcus
I
in.
think.
Let's get Marcus get the word
Can
in.
I address Cub?
Let Marcus get a word in, bro. We got time. Go ahead, Marcus.
So
Marcus here. I gotta listen.
I wanted to bring out some dynamics that maybe are being mixed. Um, I think Cujo is correct that we can't shrink time down in such a simple format that that you combine over 1,000 years of um, things of people and human interactions going together. I want to say that I asked you about xenophobia and racism is because there seems to be a blurring of lines going on in which we are taking xenophobic statements and saying that's got to be racism, um, and that's not quite the. I don't think that's the best approach. I want to read a section from the Dawn of Everything, and it's a coast of America um, prior to the arrival of Europeans. And so it says this. In many ways, their seasonal gatherings of California tribes seem exactly the reverse. The principles of the potat staple rather than luxury foods or consumed ritual dances were playful rather than regimented or menacing, often involving the humorous transgression of social boundaries between men, women, children, and elders. They seem to be one of the few occasions otherwise stayed the Yurok allow themselves to have a bit of fun. Um, a little further down, local headmen in California certainly did benefit from by hosting such occasions. Social connections were made, enhanced the reputation, but also mean later opportunities to make money. And so we're talking about the same basic institution. That, in other words, you're comparing two people that live next to each other, two tribes in the west coast of California that live next to each other. Um, a redistribution feast carried out in entirely different spheres or two entirely different institutions, or even the patach or the anti-patach. How are we to tell? Clearly, the issue is broader. It touches on the very nature and culture areas of what actually constitutes the threshold boundary between them. So then we're going to get into the key. Slaves on the northwest coast were hewers of wood, drawers of water, but they were especially involved in the mass harvesting, cleaning, processing of salmon and other anadromous fish. There's no consensus, however, on how far back the indigenous practice of slavery actually went there. The first European accounts in the region in the late 18th century speak of slaves, expressing mild surprise in doing so, since full-fledged chattel slavery was quite unusual in other parts of the aboriginal northwest coast population. Um, the fledged chattel slavery was quite unusual in other parts of the West. These accounts suggest perhaps a quarter of the indigenous Northwest population lived in bondage, which is about equivalent to proportions found in the Roman Empire. And so what they talk about is that this is a common practice global over, where you other people who aren't part of your distinct, your unique ethnic, right? And that's not necessarily technically considered racism. Technically, it's considered um, xenophobic. And we see that practice no matter what complexion people are. But more importantly, I wouldn't call it racism. I would call it a proto-racism. And this is the reason why.
No, that's what it is.
That,
It is like
yeah,
when I deal with okay, the Aristotle part that I read is proto-racism, right? But it laid out the foundation. The only difference, because I read that part too in David Wingrove's book. The only difference is that with Aristotle and xenophobia, right? You start seeing the mental, right? The mental characteristic forms that were laid out by Plato, right? So boom, that's proto. Then you get to the medieval period, right? And that's when you see it more laid out, right? In terms of now it's not
Yeah,
xenophobia, it's religion, it's how do we, it's monetary, you see what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? So then you get all the aspects of it, and then the
right.
modern part is scientific racism. Yeah.
I agree with it. I just wanted to put the clarification. No, that we're not stating that they themselves would practice racism. More so, they had a proto racism that later developed when other specific things took place. Because there was a lot of other things that happened in between that time that developed that. You gotta get you have to have other factors come into play.
Right.
And that's my point. You can't compress it that shortly because you have the Islamic expansion, right? You have well, I'll tell you this way, since y'all know what areas I study, there's a fascinating thing that people. Thank you, I appreciate it. There's a fascinating thing that when people have a history of high viral infection loads, they have a much higher rate of xenophobia. And so all those things got to be placed in context too when we introduce this concept. So that's the only clarifications I wanted to put in. I
feel what you're
agree
saying
that
with
there
that too,
there
but
was
but that will also, but even that would still feed into them applying racist ideology, right? Because, like, similar to the Jews, all right, there was I think a pathogen that the Jewish signature prevented them from getting it at a higher rate than the actual Christians did. And because the Christian Jews weren't becoming infected as the Christians, they labeled the Jews as the people spreading it. But what they didn't know is that being Jewish allowed them immunities to it. You feel me? But then that in turn allowed them to place these racist ideas on Jews. You know what I'm saying? So even
that's what I'm saying. So,
yeah.
we in agreement.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put those little caveats in there. I agree that these are all fact. That's what I mean by you got to include the other factors in the conversation. I think that was Kudrow's point and Ank's point is that there were a lot of other dynamics that in other words, it's not a one-in-one correlation. It's a
But I can only
you
do
would
so
need
much, Marcus. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you would need a lot of other things that took place in order for that to happen. You got to take your point, right? So in Constantinople in the 4th century, you got Ethiopian leaders, rulership, the princes and stuff traveling into Europe and helping establish Catholic monasteries to a degree. And you have a reference of part of the Crusaders coming down. Well, not even the Crusaders, just Europeans migrating down, coming into Constantinople and seeing this rich Ethiopian prince with a cross on his head. And you can start to see some of these interactions start to play in some of the ideological thoughts that you come in. So, you got like the Talmud and all that time. And at that time, certain Jewish communities was very impoverished. You look at the Talmud from like the 3rd century, 4th century, you see them start to bring in the curse of Cain represents dark skin, right? But it's based on the interactions they having with the Ethiopians, Sudanese people at that time. So you got that's what I mean. Like it's a lot of play in there. It's not I wouldn't say it's a one-to-one correlation. I would say it's more like you have multiple seeds being thrown across fertile ground and it culminated in a big bush of racism that we experienced around the 12th until today.
Right. I agree. American Dream.
Yeah, peace.
Hey, put your hand down too,
I
so I
don't.
can know if y'all got your. Because I can't. Y'all
Yeah,
keep your hands up.
absolutely. Let me finish talking and I'll put my hand down. I'm not trying to belabor the point, but the definition of racism that Cujo gave, like I don't know where he got that definition from, but I'm sure if you look in any dictionary, if you chat GPT, the definition of racism, and I think with a conversation like this, the definition of racism is very important, and we can't just throw out our own just personal definitions of what racism is. And to say it's a hierarchy with white people at the top, and then to say that that doesn't mean that only white people can be racist. It's just you're just not being, trying to have an honest conversation. You are saying that only white people can be racist when it's not your definition.
Yeah. Matter of fact, we can give it right now.
Racism is just to suit your own. Go ahead.
Yeah, you kind of chipping out, but yeah, I get what you're saying, and that's what the lady was saying. That's why I kind of harped on that. Like we keep, whenever we think of racism, we think of black and white, but right, we go to the definition of racism. It says prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution, right, against a person or people based on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. You know what I'm saying? Or the belief that different races possess distinct characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as inferior or superior to one another. And that's what the scholar was saying. Like, racism. That's why she used the example of two African people in Africa to say that, okay, no, that's racism, right? Because it's not just about black and white. It's about the oppression, the marginalization of another group, or looking at that group as inferior, so forth, so on. So it doesn't have to be a black to white thing or a different category. It can be racism can be applied by two people who share the same color hue. And Cujo back to them fight. Go ahead, Cujo. Cujo? I know you want to get it in or not. Anyway, yeah. So Marcus, y'all doing a death. I think I'm just listening to that show. I'll probably rock out for a little while longer and close out. I'm listening to the death of expertise. I don't know where y'all going with it.
All right, no problem. Yeah. Can you while you're doing it, I'm driving now. Put in racism versus xenophobia and chat and see what it say.
Yeah,
for me, please.
Yeah. Racism. What xenophobia gonna be.
Yeah, and then
But racism.
There's different fields of study. So I would like to look in to see what sociology, how they define, or at least anthropology, how they define racism.
I think racism. I think racism and xenophobia are like first cousins.
Yeah, probably brothers.
Yeah, they're very
brothers.
closely connected.
Brothers.
I will agree with American Dream on that. They are very closely connected.
Listen.
Xenophobia and racism are very
Like
closely
brothers.
connected.
Xenophobia is a fear and a hatred of strangers or foreigners,
Mm-hmm.
whereas racism has a broader meaning, including the belief that racial differences produce the inherent superiority of a particular race. Although they are similar, they are different enough that it is possible for one to be both xenophobic and racist.
And racist, bingo.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So that's what I mean. Like, historically, people have always done that.
And you would call that.
Well, historically, people have always been. Historically, people has always been xenophobic. Historically, always been.
Right.
Right. That's our basic position. Xenophobic.
Right. That's the us versus them that we always see played out, and you even see it in primates. So it's not even just specifically a human thing. It's that you can see it in the primate between different troops.
But if you say these group of people are natural slaves, that's racist.
Well, see that's the thing. I gotta look into that. I heard what he said, but I think the critiques of his work is actually quite valid. And so I gotta look into some more into the language. Because I think what the critique is that he's kind of like isolating it from how maybe the Romans felt about the Gauls, right? And that if you're using the same terminology and themes, not necessarily about skin color and or anything, but you're using it in a general sense, just other ethnic groups in whole,
Right.
then that
Right. But
would,
see,
I
that's what
don't know if that
racism
would
is,
still.
though. But see, that's still racism. See, like I'm saying, don't just fixate on color. It can be
Well, no, I'm
ethnic
not
too.
talking about. Yeah, that's
Why
what
are
I'm
you
saying. So
making that racism though? That's
that's
not
what I'm
racism.
saying.
We just read the
So that
definition of racism.
right, it
I
could
don't
be.
care what that definition says. That's not what it is.
Okay.
That's
So
not what it
You
is.
have the
That's
right
not.
All
I
right,
mean,
Marcus.
definition because
definitions
you are
aren't
the only person
mathematics.
that knows what
Go ahead,
racism
Marcus.
is.
Let Marcus finish up, bro. I don't want to.
so
Cujo don't care
that's
about
what I'm saying.
definitions.
I think
certainly don't.
I think the complaint is that they're blurring the lines between xenophobia and
Racism.
racism, and I think
Yes.
that's the complaint. And so I want to make sure that I'm as clean cut on that definition and what it means and applies clearly. So that's
That's
one of
why I
the
use.
issues.
That's why I use three. I didn't just use him. I just used him
Yeah,
for Aristotle. But I
but
use you.
the other ones were more along the lines of what the consensus says, which is
They were
that
complementary.
they use those statements and things like that, but then developed in the later centuries
Yeah.
what we consider to be racism. So I
Yeah.
agree
So
with that
yeah, my
part.
argument is not like Benjamin Isaac shit is racism. I think that's
Right.
I said proto. That's proto.
Yeah, my thing is I don't know if it's clearly proto racism or xenophobia, right? Because you know and what I mean by that is that there were also wars going on between the Gauls, and they were using other people from other different areas inside these wars against the Romans.
Yeah.
And so I gotta look more into it.
But see, part of what racism
and get a clear on that.
Yeah, but
I
you know,
mean, in the
also part of what
Discord, I
racism
dropped
is
a
too,
bunch of
though.
sources in the Discord
Hold
this
on. We'll get there, Xavier. Hold on, we'll get there, Xavier. But I'm saying part of what racism is too. What they were saying is that, you know, when you conquer a people, right? Okay, now you have to, or you're looking to go to war with the people. You need a reason to take these things from these people, right?
Yep.
And
no, you don't.
That goes not always the case, but usually you
I
do.
mean, most of the times that's not the
I'm
case.
not okay, but let's move on. I don't want to get stuck right there, right? But the argument that they're making is that, and that's part of the whole process, because you need justification to go, in a sense, to rape these individuals, right? Because you're going to be pillaging, plunging, and raping these individuals, right? And even because see, we tend to think of religion along the lines of Christianity, well, as religion itself existed 1,000 years before Christianity, right? So these different individuals with these different religious systems would justify it in their religion to do these harmful things to these other ethnic groups. You know what I'm saying? That so now we've transcended xenophobia, because it's not just about them being strangers. We're exploiting them. Now we're making them a permanent class of people because we can exploit them. You see what I'm saying? And I think that when you get out of xenophobia into racism, in my opinion.
Do you think it was a development? Do you think it took place over time?
Everything develops.
Over hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years?
Everything develops, yeah. Right. Over 100,000 years, yeah.
Right. So it's unfortunate that we will look back on things that happened 2,000 years ago and superimpose that on the way we look at the world now.
No, I'm not superimposing that. I'm just saying I'm looking
That's
at
what superimpose means.
I'm trying to trace the development, like evolution.
But see, we can't pretend. See, but look, the thing is, my argument is
how it evolved, bro. Whether right or wrong, I'm trying to see what are the steps that led to it, bro. That's it.
My argument is, with the way I see you looking at it, as if there was a seed planted at one point, and it eventually grew into this thing that we call racism. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, wait a minute, instead of people at a particular time looking back on things and justifying the way they look at the world now by the likes of Aristotle or the likes of Herodotus, whoever you want to bring up. See, what I'm saying is there was no continuum. There was no Aristotle said this, Herodotus said that, and we grew to this point.
We've already
because there's no seed to it.
And we
Is what I'm
agreed
saying.
that
There's
there
no
was no
seed to it.
continuum, bro. Like you keep bringing up
There's
points that
no
we've already
seed.
agreed to.
Yeah, but xenophobia and
There is a
racism are two
seed to it.
completely
There has
different
to be a
things. There
seed.
is no seed.
There has to be a seed. If you just said that things develop, then there was a seed. Now, whether
Yeah,
that it's not a direct,
yeah,
it
but
doesn't have to be a
that
direct.
wasn't the seed,
It
though.
doesn't have to be
The things that you're
linear.
pointing out to me are not the seed. I don't care what PhD.
Okay.
says.
Are there seeds though? Are there seeds?
So
I would imagine so.
So at this point,
Okay,
at
then
this
there's
point,
seeds then.
so at this point, PhDs don't matter to him.
Don't get upset.
I was
Sam.
to
Don't
bring
get
up
upset.
Naomi
The
back.
seeds.
So
You
if I
just
was
said
to
there
bring,
are no seeds. And then can you came out?
I said that those weren't the seeds. Those aren't the
Okay,
seeds.
then what
I'm
are
not
the
going to
seeds?
look at that stuff.
Then what are the seeds? Then give me the seeds, bro. What are the seeds?
The seeds comes from the transatlantic slave trade. The seeds come from that.
So there
That's
were no
what a
seeds.
seed is.
So there were no seeds prior to the
Oh,
transatlantic.
there were seeds for people to look at each other differently from time immemorial. But what I'm saying is we can't superimpose that on there.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying? Like
He's
these
saying
Europeans
only
had no
white
idea
people
who
are
the,
racist. He's
No, I'm
saying
not
only white
saying that.
people are racist.
No.
That's why the
Only
seed
the
is the
idea.
transatlantic slave trade.
No. The
White people
idea
did their
of
thing.
whiteness
Hold on for a
is.
second. Hold on for a second.
The
Marcus,
idea of
come
whiteness
on back. Get it.
is. Yes.
We should see, Mark. We should have done this show on this, man. Yeah, let me know when you're free one time. We'll put together showing something a little more.
You're not talking to me, are you?
Talking to Marcus.
Okay.
You got your hand raised, Marcus? You try to say something? It's been raised.
Can I say something?
You can raise your hand. How you do that?
Yeah, no, that I'm not making the same point Cujo's making. I wholly agree that that racism, as we see it today, had a lot of development between interactions between ethnic groups for a very long time. That's not my point. My point is I'm getting nervous that we are moving past proto-racism, saying this is racism. That's my point, saying that that's racism and not a proto-racism, a blend between what will become racism and xenophobia.
Yeah.
When did the Western Europeans jump
here's
on
the thing, right? Like when you look at modern racism,
Can
right?
I speak on what he just spoke on after you
Go
finish
ahead.
on that
Go ahead.
proto racism? You go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I go after you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Savio. You want to get it off, Savio, or no?
So the proto racism is something that I had to come up on myself through reading, but it is something that was there and it developed from xenophobia and things like that. So you have to trace and you have to read the literature to see how they apply, and I keep saying this, how they applied the place where you were born, your status in the society, and all this, and how these things led up to you being placed outside of the human family. So anti-blackness has ancient roots, and it did not start during the transatlantic slave trade. Because if you're saying that, what about the Arabic slave trade? What about the sub-Saharan slave trade? What was that based off of? And I can show you that it was also based off the Hamitic myth or the curse of Ham, which they learned in the 2nd century. So all these things have ancient antecedents, but you have to be willing to do the studying. And this was a lot of reading for me. And for Sosa, who used to disagree with me on this.
I didn't ever disagree with you on that.
You did.
I did
you used
not.
to say I'm arguing it wrong.
I used to argue with Uncle on this. Uncle argued this back in the day, early forward, because he used to think that race started with modern times. So we had this shit been going on for a while. We may have disagreed, but not on this. Not this.
Well, maybe I got you mixed up.
I felt like you.
Maybe
it's just
because
I felt like you blame it too much on Christianity.
I don't know.
I felt like you blame it too much on Christianity. That was always my thing. Like,
I do put a lot on Christianity. You're right. I do put a lot on Christianity. I will not argue that at all. But Christianity is part of the culprit.
Yeah, they got a part there.
They got a part to play in it.
Yeah, but can I say something real quick? It's like, okay, we recognize that there were Greeks who may have looked down derogatorily, look at darker people from a derisive standpoint. But those same Greeks looked at people north of them from a derisive standpoint as well. They looked down on them as well. They didn't hold the Celts in high esteem. The Romans didn't hold the Gauls, who are Celtic people. They didn't hold them in high esteem whatsoever. They didn't look at them any better than they would have looked at people, from Ethiopia or Libya. They didn't. They didn't have that concept of race. They didn't have that concept of race. But they didn't have that concept of race. They looked at the people. Wait, no, they did not. Absolutely. They did not look at the people on the British Isles as their kinsmen.
No,
they didn't. They didn't look at them like we're white and we're the same. They didn't look at them.
Arguing race. That's why I use the example of two Africans. You're arguing racism from color.
That's what racism is.
We're not art. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I mean,
maybe
how can you have racism without the concept of race?
We're arguing
No,
racism.
I mean, no, bro. Definitions change. Definitions aren't mathematics, bro. I mean, seriously.
So which definition?
You can look it up all you want.
Which definition?
Racism.
From what time period?
Racism, according to Stephen Hawkins, if you want to talk about somebody smart, because we seem to like smart people. Stephen Hawkins said that racism is breaking the human species down in race, and I would agree with him because there's no such thing as a human. There's no such thing as human races.
The people that
that's the truth, though. I don't care who you sourcing. That's their opinion. That's not a fact.
Listen to what I'm saying. The book.
At this point,
I don't give a shit what book it is, bro.
At this point,
bro,
if he's just talking from
watch your language, Cujo.
Why argue, bro? If you don't care, then why argue with me?
Because I'm arguing my point. I don't care about your book. I disagree with your book.
So until you get a source, we don't.
Why is it? I got writings on it. I can send it to you. You can read it. You can go
Here's a problem.
Here's
a problem I have with what you be doing, bro. Is that you're into an argument that I'm having. This is my argument based on the criteria that I set forward, bro. So if you got your own criteria, then that's fine, bro. Don't argue that criteria against what I set up. I got my own parameters, bro. Like,
why shouldn't I?
Because I'm not here for that, bro. Go do that someplace.
Bro, I mean, no, you're presenting information and I'm disagreeing with it. So why shouldn't I come from my own parameters?
But I have a parameter set, bro. I'm dealing with certain people's work,
I
bro.
adhere to your parameters?
Yeah, because you're creating I have a definition I'm going by, bro. If you're not using that definition, bro, then no argument.
But definitions aren't mathematics.
Well, I'm using the definition. That's the definition.
What is
racism to keep the
conversation
inbound.
What is it to you?
We're using because we have to use a definition to keep the conversation.
No, we don't have to use that. We don't.
Okay.
We don't.
All right, bro. All right, Sunchild, what's on your mind, bro?
What is racism, bro? Y'all, man, you got to think of beyond.
Sunchild, what's on your mind, bro?
Yes, sir. Thank you for allowing me in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go for another 30 minutes. I'm damn relaxed, my man. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to add just my opinion on the difference between xenophobia and racism. I think I think I would define xenophobia, and you guys can tell me what you think. I think the definition of xenophobia is prejudice based on what we do not know about a person or people that we do not know. And racism is based on what we do know about a people or person or what we think we know. For example, race is a categorization of people and we place certain ideas on those people based on race. So again, racism is based on what we know or think we know about a people. Xenophobia is what we do not know about a people. That's the definition that I would like to add. I would like to know what you guys think of that.
I can rock with that, right? And it's not, once again, what you didn't talk about, it's not color coded. That's why, in the parameters, the lady was talking about two African tribes. They share the same hue, but what they're doing against each other is racism. I'm saying, and if you and by the definition of racism that falls in, like people think racism, like that's so when you read his work, when you read Benjamin Isaac's work, he's all the claims that Kuta was making. Benjamin Isaac is saying the same thing in the book. That's not an issue.
I think I'd have to. I think I'd
How
have
can
to
you
agree
have
with
racism without the concept of race, though?
Yeah, I think I agree
Without
with
the
Cujo on
concept of
that. I
color.
don't think we can have.
Without the
Yeah,
concept
I
of
don't think.
color.
Yeah. Well, then it wouldn't be racism. It would be colorism, or just
No,
prejudice.
It would
Because
just be problems that people have with
racism,
each other.
It'll be
right. But racism is just a concept of. But racism is a concept of race, and you can't separate
it'll
the
be
two.
so again, this is why
Racism
this
is racial or
conversation is only for
racism can be
people who is
racial
willing
or
to study
ethnic group.
what me and
That's
Sosa
a
have studied.
definition that came into the goddamn zeitgeist in the 90s. That's
So
not
again,
something that's mathematics.
so again,
That's not math,
so
bro.
again, I'm going to say this, and I've been saying it for a long time. This is something. This conversation is only for people that are willing to study the literature to help them see what we are saying. Because at this point, you're only talking from your emotion. We're talking from what we can source and see from the literature.
Yeah, I think
So,
everyone's
No, that's pretty silly. That's pretty silly because you're talking about how somebody interprets information. That means nothing, bro.
Yo, Cujo, this is not about our interpretation.
Yes, it is.
No,
it's about
it
the
is.
interpretation of the
Chill
people
out.
you're talking
Chill-
about. So
chill
what?
out.
I don't care
Chill
what they
out.
say.
Chill out. It's not about our interpretation. This is about us using the best available sources, scholars who study racism and antiquity and the topic that we are discussing. And
So,
chill out.
so
I'm almost through.
I'm not excited,
I'm
Sabio.
almost through, bro. I
I'm
know
not
you're
excited.
excited, and I know you're
I'm
triggered.
not.
You are
I'm not
because
excited.
so chill out. So at this point, because this is something that I got passionate in, that once I discovered and learned about the Ottoman and their role in the sub-Saharan slave trade and the fall of of Constantinople in 1453 and the expansion or the extension of that slave trade to the transatlantic slave trade. So I wanted to know what led up to race and racism. So I did a deep study on this, very deep study.
When?
For the last couple of years, I've been doing it. And everybody in the chat, and even Sosa can tell you, I've been American Dream.
You doing
awesome. Keep on
Everybody
going. Keep
knows
on doing
I have
it.
been screaming this at the top of my lungs that race.
But you're assuming no one else has done that type of research, Fabio. Everyone has done their
Yeah,
research.
I mean, so what?
Yo, y'all
So what?
interrupting me, and y'all
We've all studied. You're not
asking
the
me
only one who
questions, and
studied,
y'all
brother.
don't want the answer. I'm answering y'all. I've been screaming this for the last couple of years that race did not start in the racism, race, and all that did not start in the 1600s. It has it has an ancient precedent that it started from.
No, that can't be racism. If there's no race, there can't be any racism. You have to define it differently.
Exactly.
You have to define it
Exactly.
differently.
Telling you,
If you can have anti-black sentiment without having racism,
and we have
you're
shown
pointing
it.
out
And watch
anti-black.
this. And watch
You're
this.
pointing out
I'm
anti-black.
going to read
shit.
something. I'm going to share my
Man,
screen.
stop reading
I'm
and
going to
tell me
share
your
my
words.
screen,
Put
and
it
I'm
in
going
your
to read
words.
this.
Man, chill
I don't care
out,
what they say.
Cujo, man.
Because I'm
Chill
tired
out,
of just
man. Let the
talking at
man
you.
get it off. Don't get it off.
I'm tired of y'all yelling at me. I'm going to read this right
I got
here,
another
and
5
then I
minutes.
want you
Now
to
I'm gonna end
argue
this
over
channel
this.
in 5 minutes.
I want you
And
to
so
argue
I'll
what
cut
this
it.
scholar say. All right? I want you to hush after I read this. This comes
You
from,
don't like sources, Xavier.
yeah, I know, it don't matter to me. Herodotus' ethnography has significant implications for the current view on the history of race relations. Part 1. It is often believed that Western anti-blackness started with the emergence of the transatlantic slave trade and capitalism. There are your scholars you can source on that.
Okay, that's
I
pretty
will
much.
send this to you also. I will also put this.
I mean, that's just telling me what they think. No, we cannot respond, brother.
Chill out. I'm almost through. These aforementioned texts, the ones that are mentioned in this article that I did not go through, which y'all can read when I put it in the Discord. These aforementioned texts show that anti-blackness predates those developments. Blackness was not contingent on the emergence of what you just said, whiteness. It preceded it. Blackness was seen from the normative perspective of the who? Tanned Greek man, meaning the people writing, the tanned Greeks. Moreover, Herodotus' racist comments, Herodotus' racist comments, Herodotus' racist. I need
What's
you
a
to pay
pan-Greek,
attention to-
nigga?
I'm going to drill that in.
What's a pan-Greek?
Hush, don't ask no
What's a
questions.
pan-Greek?
Don't ask no questions.
Stop repeating people shit and tell me what it means.
And learn. Take this ass whooping and learn, nigga.
Bro, you're not in a position to do that. Tell me what a pan-Greek is.
Herodotus' racist comments demonstrate the antiquity of anti-black racial prejudice.
Okay, so with that in mind, can we now stop saying that race began in the 16th century?
I'm almost through.
Because I hear that a lot.
I'm
Can
almost
we now
through.
stop saying that there was race before the 16th century?
One at a time, man. One at a
I'm
time. One at a
almost
time.
through reading.
I'm not talking, by the way,
Chill.
before y'all tell me to be
Bunch
quiet.
out. I'm almost through reading. Got one more little 3 lines.
Stop reading and tell me what you think.
Snowden's before color prejudice thesis is dismissible. Evidently, the history of anti-blackness in Western racial thought where we at has to be re-examined and inevitably rethought. I can continue reading. It only gets worse for you
See,
guys.
that's their
It only gets
opinion.
worse. So
That's their opinion, brother.
So this is another
Can I respond, please?
Study race relations. You're not a scholar. You haven't
I am a scholar. I am a scholar. I am a scholar.
That I can
Yes, I am.
study.
Yeah, if you knew me, you would know better.
But you got to show
Yeah, I
me.
can send you my writings and show you. I can send you my writings. Where's your writing?
Are you published?
I've been published before, but I don't have anything published in
I can
any
go back through here
current
and
things. I
show
have
you
shit
all
published
the
in the
racist tropes
2000s.
that they were using.
Yes, I do.
To talk
Well,
about
you don't have to do it,
Africans
dude,
and
bro.
black
But why?
people,
Why?
Egyptians. I'm going to send this to you.
So wait a minute. So who cares if I was published? Who cares? I mean, does it take away from the legitimacy of what I'm saying?
If you
Does
didn't
it take
care,
away?
you wouldn't be here talking
Does
about
it take away from the legitimacy of what I'm saying? Does it take away from that? I'm saying that that person's opinion, what they said, I disagree with. In your opinion, that's what it does. Because see, I don't appeal to the consensus, especially historically, because his history is not something that's mathematics. We can't just add it up and be like, okay, that's what it is. No, there's this thing called nuance in history. So we have to understand it. And being as though I am a consummate student.
That you're so correct.
No, nigga, don't ever disrespect me like that.
Nuance in history.
Dude, I'm an African.
I'm saying,
I'm an African.
If you're arguing that history is not mathematics like it is, why are
it's
you
not
so
mathematics
adamant that you're correct, bro?
I'm adamant because I'm correct because I understand nuance.
It's not
I
mathematics.
understand that it is math. No, it's their opinion as well. What I'm saying is, okay, fine, I'll take that. What I'm saying is that what he said, I said he's equating anti-black sentiment to racism. That's not what racism is.
According to what?
That's not what racism is.
According to what?
According to my definition, what I said is racism
What's your definition
is
of
placing
racism?
the white people on top,
no, I don't agree.
Everybody else in between, and black people on bottom.
I don't agree.
So that's what racism is, because racism is based on a hierarchical. That's what racism is.
I don't agree to that.
I mean, like all of us say Caucasian. They're not Caucasian. White people aren't Caucasian. They're not Caucasian. That's a categorical fact.
We don't gotta
They're
go
not Caucasian. No, I'm just saying, but white people are not Caucasian.
Okay, that's
but we all
we
say
closing
that.
out, Sosa. Sosa, we closing out.
Big up, Virginia. You gonna know. You gonna know. You gonna know, cause yeah, I'm gonna get my master's. I'm gonna get my master's later, and I write my little dissertations and all that shit. So maybe I'll get some respect amongst y'all. But if you come across someone like me who can just come off the top of my goddamn head with shit, and you're gonna just completely throw me out the board because I don't sound like these people that you agree with, big up. Keep it up. Because you're gonna answer in time. Big up, Virginia.
That's the truth.
Hey, yo, but everybody close out, man. I'm finna wrap it up. Man. I'm going for about 4 hours. Man.
Respect, though. I appreciate you having me on. I don't mean y'all no harm, dog, but I'm coming at this shit. They are not Caucasian. White people are not Caucasian. That's something that they told us. Blumenbach created that bullshit.
I understand that, bro. I understand that.
Nah, we don't.
So
close out.
First off, I want to say that this conversation on race is a touchy one.
You ain't ready to say it.
Get it out. Let me finish this close out.
First, I want to say this conversation on race and racism is a touchy one, especially when you get into the literature and you start bringing out what was actually being used and how it was being used against a certain demographic of people. We don't want to actually acknowledge that. And it goes back to something else that I don't think people really like touching on. And it's something that I speak on a lot. There wasn't a lot of literature coming from the continent of Africa to thwart or curtail these tropes, these ideas, these caricatures that was coming, that were being used to depict our peoples. So when you actually, and it's unfortunate that that the only literature that we can only actually use to find these traces of racialized stereotypes is the Greek literature. It's unfortunate. But we have to use this literature to see how in the Middle Ages and during the Enlightenment, during the Renaissance, and then during the Enlightenment, they use these ideas to construct their identity, what they call Caucasian, the white Christian man, or the WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Once we start using the literature correctly and take our emotions out of it, it makes these conversations much more easier to have and helps the teaching move forward.
American Dream. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, Bless, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You know, for some reason, I don't, even though they may have been xenophobic rather than racist, I don't think that the ancient Egyptians treated their slaves any nicer than the whites treated their slaves. I think that if you just look at the behavior and how the xenophobes of that time treated the people they were xenophobic against, I think if you just look at how they treated them, I don't think that their behavior with the people they were being whatever against was different. And I think that that's a part of the part that should be considered is how did they treat these people? And when we see that, I don't think you can see much of a major difference between whether they're being xenophobic or racist. They're just really treating people badly. And, in my estimation, xenophobia is just the racism of their time. And lastly, just to respond to Sunchild's definition, when he says racism is about what we know about people, my critique is that it sounds as if you're saying when you're being racist, what you're saying about them is true because it's stuff you know about them, and that just it just sounds like it's cute, but it's a weird definition of racism to say xenophobia is what we don't know, racism is what we do know. Like you're kind of saying racism is validated. That's what I would say to your definition. But thanks for the time, Sosa.
For sure. Sunchild.
Sosa, I'm gonna drop some more sources for you.
We
can build in a Discord. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I would just say to that I said it's what we know or what we think we know. Not that it's true, but it's based on a knowledge, whether it's true or not. It's based on knowledge. It's something that we think we know about a people, and I think that's the important part. But I would say that I think both sides might be correct to an extent, where one side is saying if we're dealing with it technically, racism begins with the concept of race, if we're going to be technical about it. But if we're not going to be technical, and you know, there's a time where I hear that we use the word race technically and say, well, it started in the 16th century and there was no such thing as race in Egypt. We can't do that. And it's just not scientifically sound. And now we're being technical. And then when it comes to racism, then we stop using it technically and we say, well, you know, there is racism in ancient Egypt. So I think if we're using it technically, it's not racism because there's no concept of race. But if we're not being
let me ask you this: what race are you?
What race am I?
Yeah.
We can actually go over this on another
hold
show,
on.
but
What race are you though?
I'm black.
So you would choose black over African American. Somebody ask you your race because under your race is you can put black or African American, right? And African American is an ethnic group, not a color. See what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I use them interchangeably. I use them interchangeably.
So you can see how the concept of race can also be
Sosa,
applied
man,
ethically.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Someone else was speaking. What did you say last
time? The concept of race can be applied along ethnicity. See what I'm saying?
Sure, sure. If we're again, we can use it loosely. Some people are using it very technically. If we use it loosely and then even looser, and
you
so
think that's loosely? You think that's loose?
Yeah, because we can say it's ethnicity and just leave it at that. But then if we use it synonymous with race and we still understand each other, it's a looser definition of what race actually is when we're speaking about something biological that separates one group of people from another biologically. But ethnicity
two colors, because we only use two colors, white and black. After white and black, what we doing? Yellow? No. You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and then there's what we consider with racism in China, where the Chinese, there's this Muslim element. I think they're in Tibet somewhere. I forget the name, the Mungers or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's considered racism. So it's not just a black and white issue.
Exactly.
It's certainly not a black and white issue. I still understand what the brother Kujo was saying. From in America, when you think of racism, the first thing that does come to your mind is, you know, European power, is white supremacy.
That's the only lens we view racism through, was America.
Right. So I wouldn't say he's totally wrong either. From a certain perspective.
Can I ask you?
No, I'm not saying he's totally wrong. That's not my argument. Yeah, no.
So, Sunchild, when you look at racism outside of the American context of racism, do you see the connection between what the videos and the experts were talking about with the connection between and saying racism goes way back before scientific racism and even before the term race? Do you see the connection then when you take it from outside of the American colloquial use of the word?
Yeah, and like I said, I can give credence to both. That, you know, I can see what the brother's talking about as far as the American lens, and then from the other lens outside of the American lens, I give credence to that as well. So I don't think it's a matter of being right or wrong. I think it's just different perspectives.
Right, and I think some people just think in general. When I think of racism, I don't just think the American, because I think that the non-American view of racism encapsulates the American view of it. So I think so that one is more broad. The American view of racism being just white people in control. That's a very narrow and I think a limited and the people who have that view of what racism is.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say it's narrow. I think it's been well earned. I think slavery or racism in America has set the bar so very high that it's become the standard when people think of racism. I don't think there's been any other racism close to the racism that has been experienced here in America. So I think they've earned that.
But if we're gonna be talking about the experts and what the experts are talking about, I'm gonna say that, you know, they're talking about the general definition of racism and a broad definition, and they're not just talking about racism from the narrow American definition of the term. And it just makes more sense to me from that broad definition.
And that's what they're saying. Yeah. We only view racism throughout this American lens. We don't, we're stuck.
Sosa, if I can ask you real quick, Sosa, when you said if there's Black and African American as choices, Isn't it possible that they're trying to separate African Americans and blacks who aren't African American? Because I don't consider myself, as a Jamaican, I don't consider myself an African American.
Yeah, see,
Like
that's
I
called
was born.
muddling the water. What you're doing now, that's called
I
muddling
think
the
they're
water.
doing it
No, I'm
because
just
black
listen. I'm
is.
just
That's a
asking.
muddle the water, not
Chill out,
I'm
muddy.
just saying,
Joe. He ain't doing it
why would they put both black and African American if black and African
because
American are interchangeable? That doesn't make
But why
sense.
shouldn't we
no, that's why
recognize
they do
our
it. Because
distinctiveness?
listen, because some people don't. Some people prefer black. Some people prefer African American and not black. So they put black/African American to set up by both groups.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
know what people
African
prefer,
American is a
but I'm
new
talking
thing.
about.
But why
I
shouldn't
think
Black Americans, why shouldn't American Africans, which I prefer, because that's what we are, we're American Africans. Why shouldn't American Africans look at themselves as distinct? We are distinct. We're distinct from any other African population on the planet. Why shouldn't we recognize that?
well,
Big
what
up
I'm saying
Virginia.
is what you have to think about. What the American government
I'm talking
taking this
about from the way
information.
we
Let
look
me
at it.
finish.
Fuck
Let
with,
me
I mean,
finish.
to hell with how
Let
they
me
look at it.
finish, man. Let me finish. This is them taking the and they want to know that they're the ones trying to make the distinction, and they want to separate African Americans, which are native blacks in America, from just black people who are not native blacks of America. People like
Yeah,
me.
but I mean,
Like
I'm not going to
so, and
sit
I
here
think
and
that
have an
you have to
argument
think of
about
it. No, what I'm
1% of the
saying
people that come in this
All right,
chat.
yo, hey, but
if
listen,
they're
I
the
gotta
ones
go,
Man,
doing,
we're
guys.
if
talking
they're the
about, we're
ones
talking
Listen,
about
making the
Cujo,
a
look,
few
distinction.
Cujo,
million
I
people. That
love to
means
keep arguing
nothing.
with y'all, Cujo, but I gotta go, man. I'm gonna shut
Peace,
everybody
Sosa.
Thank you for
down.
having me, Sosa.
Peace,
Peace, everybody, for
Sosa,
coming
don't
through.
not let me on, bro. I'll never disrespect you, bro. Please
All
let
right,
me on, bro. I love this conversation. And really, I could be a point of contention.
man.
I'm
If I
not
wasn't gonna
trying to be
let you on,
contentious.
Cujo, I wouldn't let you on after I booted you out, man. I just booted you out
Yeah,
so I can
yeah,
finish
yeah.
this
I
thing.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. You did
Apparently,
it
I've
right
already
back.
decided that this
Yeah.
is a fight.
I would kind of hope we got rapport enough that we
We
cool
good,
enough. It's
bro.
been
We good.
years, bro.
We
You
good,
know what I'm
bro.
saying? I don't mean you no harm, though. Don't ever think
We
I'm
good, bro.
disrespecting you.
We good, bro.
Yeah,
I ain't
big
tripping.
up Virginia, nigga. Let them know.
All right, fella, y'all. Next show, man.
Virginia.
Appreciate everybody. Thank everybody for coming through, man.